Chapter 566. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lord's meeting was still ongoing. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's spiritual body did not leave. He said to Venerable Ming and the other Tao Lords present, "Everyone, my disciple is willing to hand over the immortal abode token." All the Tao Lords immediately laughed. "Ha, very good. This child knows the big picture and cares about the big picture." As expected of a genius of the human race. Everyone gave a similar evaluation. 9 firmaments, what conditions does he want? Just say it. Finally, a Tao Lord asked straightforwardly. Tao Lord 9 firmaments smiled. Jiang Xi's condition is to take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. All the factions stationed on Earth will leave Earth. There were 24 thrones, 1 heavenly venerable and 22 Tao Lords. Apart from a few who did not change their smiles, the smiles on the faces of the other Tao Lords disappeared. Impossible. Absolutely not. He wants to exchange an immortal abode token for the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. He's thinking too much. The Tao Lords whose smiles disappeared were all voices of objection. This was because the factions they controlled all had people stationed in 1 or more grotto heaven worlds on Earth. In the past 5,000 years, they had already witnessed the wonders and uniqueness of Earth. As long as a child was born on Earth, they would have stronger talent. When cultivating, there were very few bottlenecks and it was easier to encounter opportunities. It was just like how Earth's luck was higher than the outside world. To them, Earth was definitely a treasure land, the foundation of a powerful faction. 9 firmaments, let him change the condition. Change the condition. Everything else can be discussed, but not this. There's no room for discussion. The Tao Lords said one after another. Tao Lord 9 firmaments and his disciple, Emperor Mi Luo, looked at each other helplessly. It was obvious that Jiang Xi's condition had touched on the interests of these Tao Lords. As people with vested interests, they would definitely not be willing. It was still the same saying, everyone had their own selfish motives. Usually, the Tao Lords would consider things from the perspective of the overall interests of the human race. However, once it touched on their own interests, things were different. The 4 tokens of the chaotic heaven immortal abode only represent 4 chances. They don't represent the Tier 6 supreme treasure. A single talisman isn't enough to trade for Earth's estate world. Another Tao Lord said. Tao Lord 9 firmaments frowned when he heard this. Everyone, 5,000 years ago, we also held a meeting of Tao Lords to discuss the problem of Earth. In the end, Jiang Xi chose 100 billion points and the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. Now that he wanted to use the token of the immortal mansion to exchange for it, why couldn't he? Which is more valuable, 100 billion points or an immortal residence token? Zhou Shao. A middle-aged Taoist with a red mole between his eyebrows retorted, back then, Jiang Xi was just a nobody. 100 billion points was already a sky-high price for him. Furthermore, after more than 5,000 years of observation, you should all be clear about the uniqueness and wonders of Earth. After the various factions were stationed on Earth, the children born on Earth. No matter if it was talent, comprehension ability, or fortuitous encounters, they all far surpassed their peers with similar bloodlines. Not only that, but it was also easier for them to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In terms of cultivation, he rarely encountered bottlenecks. Even if there was a bottleneck, it would be easy to break through. These are the foundations of becoming a powerhouse. That is a magical planet, a place with great fortune. It is the ancestral land of our human race. Back then, I suggested that we directly take back all ownership of Earth. In order to maintain the fairness of the Heavenly Court's laws, you did not agree to this suggestion. In the end, you gave in to a little fellow. This time, we cannot give in anymore. The middle-aged Taoist's tone was resolute and firm. I agree with what Chang Yuan said. Indeed, we cannot give in anymore. Earth can continuously produce powerhouses. Its importance is no less than that of a 6th-grade supreme treasure. How can the ancestral land of our human race be completely in the hands of a little fellow? The Tao lords who were against the idea spoke again, agreeing with Tao Lord Chang Yuan's words. Chang Yuan, and everyone else. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was expressionless. What about the token of the immortal mansion? If we don't agree to this condition, Jiang Xi might not hand it over. The middle-aged Tao Lord Chang Yuan said in a deep voice, our human race does lack a sixth-grade supreme treasure. However, without this supreme treasure, we can still suppress the demons and ghosts. We will still be the strongest peak race. A sixth-grade supreme treasure is just icing on the cake for our human race. Although it will affect our race's fate to a certain extent, it is not to the point where our race's survival is at stake. Moreover, the token of the immortal mansion only represents a chance to obtain a sixth-grade supreme treasure. This opportunity is not limited to the ancient immortal world. In the Chaos Sea, if we dare to risk it, we will also have a chance to obtain a sixth-grade supreme treasure. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Chang Yuan, how can the Chaos Sea compare to the ancient immortal world? Tao Lord Chang Yuan, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something. At this moment, Ming Ming, who was sitting on the black throne, gently knocked on the table and said softly, "All right, the discussion ends here." His voice was very gentle, but it was very intimidating. The Tao lords all stopped arguing and turned their attention to Ming Ming. Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not speak, expressing his respect for Ming Ming. Nine Firmaments. Ming Ming looked at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and said, "Tell Jiang Xi that we cannot accept the condition of exchanging the token of the immortal mansion for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. If he wants to continue handing over the token of the immortal mansion, we can still discuss other conditions. If he does not want to hand it over, we will not force him. As for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world, you can tell him that as long as he has enough strength, anything is possible." Understood. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled softly. The Tao lords who had objected just now all changed their expressions. Ming Ming. Celestial Lord. This won't do, Celestial Lord. Ming Ming's gentle smile disappeared, replaced by an extremely dignified expression. When Jiang Xi is qualified to sit at this long table, he will take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. All the Tao lords lowered their heads, not daring to refute. In the human race, if Ming Ming gave the order, it meant that there was no room for negotiation. No one could disobey the orders of a celestial lord. In the Nine Firmaments realm, Jiang Xi's transmission phantom stood in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, waiting quietly. He knew that his master was discussing the conditions he had just proposed with the Tao lords. Soon, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke again with a deep gaze and sighed softly. The Tao Lord meeting did not approve your conditions, but, he told him the final decision of the meeting. After Jiang Xi heard this, he fell silent. He was both angry and expectant. He was angry because the Three Gates Six sects had only used 100 billion points to forcefully occupy all the Grotto Heaven worlds on Earth. Now, he had used a token of the Hun Tian Immortal Mansion, a chance to compete for a 6th-tier supreme treasure, to exchange for it. But he was still rejected. In terms of value, the token of the Immortal Mansion was definitely 1,000,000 or even 10 million times more valuable than 100 billion points. The importance of Earth was greater than he had imagined. He was looking forward to Ming Ming's promise to him. As long as he was qualified to sit at that long table and participate in the Tao Lord meeting, he could take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven worlds and drive away those evil guests. Soon. Isn't it just the strength of a Tao Lord? Soon. Jiang Xi's gaze was firm. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments seemed to understand the change in Jiang Xi's mood. He said, "Disciple, no matter where you are, you can't escape the words 'the strong are respected.' Cultivate well, and anything is possible in the future. Your disciple will remember." Jiang Xi nodded. "Then are you still willing to hand over the token to the race?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked expectantly. "Your disciple is willing." Jiang Xi smiled slightly, as if he was not affected at all. Alright, change your conditions. I'll help you consider. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Jiang Xi pondered for a moment before saying, previously, I used the omniscient eye to appraise the value of the token of the immortal mansion. It's 100 supreme treasure points. Then on top of that 100 supreme treasure points, I'll add another 100 million supreme immortal crystals. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. You really dare to mention it? Jiang Xi laughed. Lord Tao Lords, you can't reject me twice in a row, right? What he meant was that they had to be shameless. A moment later, this condition was passed at the Tao Lord meeting. However, the Tao Lords who objected had ugly expressions. They felt as if a piece of flesh had been dug out of their hearts. Heartache. This was because the 100 supreme treasure points and 100 million supreme immortal crystals seemed to be from the race's treasury, but in reality, it was from the 3 gates and 6 sects. To a certain extent, the race's treasury was equivalent to the 3 gates and 6 sects treasury. 100 supreme treasure points was equivalent to a top-tier 4th-tier supreme treasure. There were only a few of them in the entire human race. 100 million supreme immortal crystals was even more valuable. This was because supreme immortal crystals were a strategic resource for the human race. Even Tao Lords like them would find it difficult to withdraw so many supreme immortal crystals from the race's treasury. If not for the fact that they had rejected Jiang Xi on the issue of ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world, they would have been more than willing to negotiate. This time, they would have definitely haggled and suppressed Jiang Xi's conditions. However, they had already rejected him once. If they continued to suppress him, they would not be able to open their mouths. After all, they were all Tao Lords. They had to save face. Moreover, Jiang Xi was not someone without background. This little guy was not only a rare genius in the entire history of the human race, but he was also the disciple of Tao Lord Nine Heavens. Although Tao Lord Nine Heavens was kind, he would not sit by and watch his disciple be wantonly suppressed by other Tao Lords. Normal discussions and arguments were fine. But do you want to bully me? Absolutely not. Jiang Xi temporarily returned to Earth with some regret and anticipation. It was not that he regretted handing over the token of the immortal abode, but that he did not get back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. He could indeed choose to leave the token of the immortal abode behind at the risk of offending many Tao Lords. However, there were a total of 4 tokens of the immortal abode. Even if he had this token, he only had a 1 in 4 chance of winning that 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure. Moreover, Jiang Xi had already thought it through. When the time came, the 4 experts who could enter the Hun Tian immortal abode with the tokens would definitely be Tao Lords or above. For example, the token that he had handed over to the human race. The final decision of the Tao Lord meeting was to let tomorrow Venerable enter the Hun Tian immortal abode. If he chose to go alone in the future, he would need to have the strength of a heavenly Venerable to have the confidence to win the 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure. Clearly, with his current cultivation, it would take a very long time to reach the heavenly Venerable level. By then, perhaps a 6th-tier supreme treasure would be nothing in his eyes. Therefore, it was a wise choice to hand it over. Moreover, the benefits after handing it over were actually not small. Pak Sun Province, the cultivation room of Villa 92 in the Sky Pass district. After Jiang Xi returned to Earth, he entered seclusion to cultivate. There was only one goal in seclusion, to refine the supreme treasure. He flipped his hand and took out a dark longsword. Immediately, a special aura fluctuation spread out. There were circles of mysterious patterns on the sword, like vortexes that could devour a person's soul. Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, a 4th-tier origin supreme treasure. It has a special armor-piercing effect and can greatly increase the power of attacks. Information about this supreme treasure appeared in his mind. He had spent 100 supreme treasure points to exchange for this from the clan's treasury. It was a top-tier 4th-tier offensive supreme treasure. It was also the only 4th-tier sword-type supreme treasure left in the human clan's treasury. With this supreme treasure, I'll have the strength to find that perfected Lord Haishi. Jiang Xi's eyes shone with a divine light. That guy had an incomplete part of the Triple Mountain. The Triple Mountain was only a 2nd-tier supreme treasure and looked ordinary. However, to Jiang Xi, the Triple Mountain was definitely an important part of his strength. With his Dao integration cultivation level, he could match a 3rd transformation True Lord and even fight a 4th transformation True Lord. In addition to cultivating 7 Dao techniques and many other secret techniques, another important thing he relied on was the armor-forming defensive effect of the Triple Mountain and the spatial imprisonment ability. The armor-forming effect of the Triple Mountain, coupled with the strength of his body, allowed him to not fear the attacks of a 4th transformation True Lord. The spatial imprisonment ability also allowed him to have some of the spatial techniques of a perfected Lord in the original universe. Judging from these two functions, the Triple Mountain was not simple at all. If it was just an ordinary armor-type supreme treasure, it definitely wouldn't have such powerful functions. The black armor on perfected Lord Haishi is an incomplete part of the Triple Mountain. If I can get it, the grade of the Triple Mountain will definitely increase again. By then, my strength will increase even further. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Then, he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the interior of the heavenly tower. Piles of mountains tens of thousands of feet high emitted a sparkling and rich light of immortal power. These were all supreme-grade immortal crystals. The heavenly tower was a special supreme treasure. If he wanted to refine it now, he would need to consume supreme-grade immortal crystals. This time, he had exchanged the Immortal Abode token for 100 million supreme-grade immortal crystals. It was enough for him to refine the heavenly tower to the 36th level. By then, he would be able to use 1% of the heavenly tower's power. This will take a long time. Jiang Xi sighed softly. Previously, in order to refine the heavenly tower to the 9th level, he had spent 1,000 years using the heavenly spirit origin liquid. Now, if he wanted to refine the heavenly tower to the 36th level, he would need even more time. Of course, if he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, the spiritual power in his body would turn into immortal power, and his primordial spirit would be further strengthened. Then, the refining time would be correspondingly shortened by a lot. Transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, thinking of this, Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Because in the past 100 years in the ancient immortal world, he had fought countless times with the perfected lords of the foreign races. Every time, he had used the 6 styles of the Great Tao to the extreme, but he still could not find the inspiration for the 7th style. According to his plan, only by creating a complete Great Tao scroll could he ensure that nothing would go wrong when he transcended the tribulation. After refining the abyss-devouring divine sword, I will go to the ancient immortal world and continue to fight. Then, Jiang Xi took out the heavenly spirit origin liquid he had bought before returning to Earth and began to refine the stage for supreme treasure at 100 times the speed. The efficiency of the refinement was surprisingly high. Jiang Xi had originally estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years to refine the abyss-devouring divine sword. He did not expect to completely refine it in just 200 years. Previously, when he refined the 3rd level of the Triple Mountain, it took him more than 500 years. The problem was that the Triple Mountain was only a Stage 2 supreme treasure. Could it be related to the quality of the supreme treasure itself? Jiang Xi carefully felt the connection between himself and the abyss-devouring divine sword. Although the Triple Mountain was a Stage 2 supreme treasure, because it was incomplete, if it was a complete supreme treasure, perhaps the grade would be higher. It seems that the original grade of the Triple Mountain is higher than I thought. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. Next, he would enter the ancient immortal world again to hunt down perfected Lord Haishi. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and disappeared from the cultivation room. The next moment, he came to the rain viewing pavilion on Earth. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword's clone was sitting there drinking alone. Disciple greets master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Going out again. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword asked with a smile. Yes, so I have to ask Master for a favor first. Jiang Xi nodded. Oh. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword was very curious. Master, help me check the recent whereabouts of that perfected Lord Haishi that I asked you to check last time. He is not an ordinary rank 4 supreme, why are you checking his whereabouts? To hunt him down. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword put down his wine gourd and stared at Jiang Xi seriously for a while. Are you sure? Yes. Jiang Xi chuckled. How long has it been? Just over 300 years, you can already hunt down a rank 4 supreme? Perfected Lord Liquor Sword still could not believe it, he himself did not have this strength. I gave the Immortal Mansion token last time to the clan and exchanged it for a sword-type supreme treasure, it is very powerful. Jiang Xi did not hide Perfected Lord Liquor Sword inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said, then you can go without worry, I will ask those friends to keep an eye out for Perfected Lord Haishi's whereabouts. Once there is news, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi thanked seriously. Then, he accompanied Perfected Lord Liquor Sword to drink for a while before leaving Earth again. With his current strength, he was able to leave without a sound. In the entire Earth, only Perfected Lord Liquor Sword and Perfected Lord Ning Chu, who was overseeing Earth, could discover his movements. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 118. Jiang Xi walked leisurely in the primitive jungle full of golden leaves, as if he was taking a stroll. After obtaining the rank 4 supreme treasure Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, there were not many experts in the ancient immortal world who could threaten him. Even a rank 5 true lord might not be able to stop him. Moreover, the number of rank 5 true lords was very small. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. On average, 1 or 2 rank 5 true lords on each planet was not bad. In other words, the chances of him encountering a rank 5 true lord were very small. Therefore, Jiang Xi was completely taking a stroll, treating the ancient immortal world as a place to go for a walk. The towering ancient trees in this primitive jungle looked like ginkgo biloba, full of golden leaves, it was very artistic. However, these ancient trees were not ordinary. Even the golden leaves that had fallen naturally did not rot after countless years and were intact. When he stepped on the fallen leaves, there was only a pleasant rustling sound, but the leaves did not show any signs of breaking. Jiang Xi stopped and looked at a place 3,000 kilometers away. There was a slight fluctuation of aura there. In a flash, he arrived at the source of the aura. I just came to the ancient immortal world and I already encountered the birth of a supreme-grade immortal weapon. Looks like my luck in this trip to the ancient immortal world won't be too bad. Jiang Xi smiled and flipped over the piled-up golden leaves, seeing the tip of a saber sticking out of the ground. He pulled it out easily and saw that it was a supreme-grade immortal weapon saber with a cold aura. The saber's name was engraved on the hilt. The words were very different from the current common language of the Tao Alliance, but the meaning could be easily understood by his spiritual sense. Imitation Dragon Saber. Jiang Xi was puzzled. Why was there a word, imitation? Could it be that there was a supreme-grade treasure called Dragon Saber? Who forged all the treasures in the ancient immortal world? Jiang Xi wondered. Obviously, this could be seen from the imitation of the great dragon saber. The treasures in the ancient immortal world, whether they were immortal weapons, supreme-grade treasures, or immortal Tao materials, were all natural. None of them were formed naturally, but they were forged. Was there a powerful tribe that once inhabited this place? Or is this an ancient battlefield from the primordial era? What secrets are hidden in the ancient immortal world? And, it shouldn't be as simple as being close to the land of origin of the universe. Jiang Xi shook his head and thought of many things in an instant. 300,000 kilometers away, a giant figure more than 4,000 meters tall was flying toward the primordial forest with a powerful aura. This figure had a leopard head and a human body. The surface of his body was covered in a layer of sparkling white bones that looked like armor. The fact that he dared to travel alone in the ancient immortal world showed his strength. He was a rank 4 true monarch. Along the way, the true monarchs of other tribes sensed his aura and immediately ran away. That was because they recognized the origin of this figure. It was true monarch Zala of the demon race, an ancient existence. After the ancient immortal world opened, he had occupied planet 118 for a long time and was one of the top overlords of this planet. The aura was very weak just now, but it has completely disappeared now. It seems that it is at most a supreme-grade immortal weapon, true monarch Zala thought. However, he did not give up. Supreme-grade immortal weapons were also valuable. Since he was already here, he naturally could not give up. Whoosh whoosh, after 2 flashes, he arrived in the sky above the primordial forest where Jiang Xi was. That is human. True monarch Wuda. True monarch Zala's eyes lit up when he saw the silver-armored youth in the forest 200 years ago. The third token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode had appeared. The commotion it caused had already spread to all the 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. True monarch Wuda's name and image were also known by all the true monarchs. He first disappeared in the ancient immortal world, and now he has returned. He must have handed over the token of the immortal abode to the human race. With the value of the token of the immortal abode, he must have exchanged it for other supreme treasures from the human race. Moreover, it must be a supreme treasure of a high grade, at least a second-grade one. There was no news of him re-entering the ancient immortal world, so I should be the first to discover him. However, from the looks of it, he should have discovered me long ago and was waiting for me here. Could it be that he already has a supreme treasure and has the strength to match me? No, he is definitely not my match. True monarch Zala's thoughts spun rapidly. After hesitating, his eyes emitted a fiery light. He could easily kill a third revolution true monarch. At that time, the supreme treasure on true monarch Wuda would be his. Whoosh, true monarch Zala made his move. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a white bone spear that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and charged straight at Jiang Xi. Chapter 567. In the forest, Jiang Xi had already discovered true monarch Cha La. He wanted to test his current strength, so he didn't leave. A 4th-rank true monarch of the monster race? He's a good target to test my sword on. Facing true monarch Cha La, who was rushing down from the sky, Jiang Xi only made a simple movement. He swung his sword upwards. The 4th-rank supreme treasure, Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, let out a soft cry. The black divine sword emitted a green sword light that was cold and sharp. 6 styles of the Great Tao, Wind Sword Style. Whoosh, the green sword light instantly streaked across true monarch Cha La's chest. The white bone armor didn't have much of an effect against the sword light. The special effect of Abyss Devouring Divine Sword was armor penetration. Thus, the green sword light, which was almost in its peak state, directly landed on true monarch Cha La's body. This was the indestructible substance in the body of a 4th-rank true monarch. In just an instant, it was annihilated by the green sword light. Without the indestructible substance, the immortal energy and primordial spirit were also annihilated. Both body and soul were destroyed. True monarch Cha La's eyes were only at a loss. He glanced at Jiang Xi and then disappeared with the wind. Only a silver-white armor and a white spear were left in the air. You killed a 4th-rank true monarch, experience points plus 40 billion. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment, because this was the first true monarch he killed. He didn't expect to get so much experience points. 40 billion for a 4th-rank true monarch. When he killed a 9th tribulation transcender, he only got 180,000 experience points. What a pity, what a pity. Jiang Xi lamented. If he had known earlier, he would have been more ruthless and killed more true monarchs when he was in the ancient immortal world. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. Last time, I didn't have abyss-devouring divine sword. Although I could suppress a third-rank true monarch, the possibility of killing a true monarch with an undying body was still very small. At that time, he mainly relied on defensive methods to protect his life. His real offensive power hadn't reached the level of being able to kill a true monarch. Even if he encountered a first-rank true monarch or second-rank true monarch, it would be very difficult for him to kill them. This was because true monarchs below the third transformation basically roamed the ancient immortal world in small teams. Their overall strength was also very strong. Under normal circumstances, only true monarchs of the fourth transformation and above, as well as Tao monarchs, had the strength to kill other true monarchs with undying bodies. Now, I also have the strength. A smile appeared on Riverward's face. Moreover, he had killed a rank 4 true monarch with a single slash. Using the stage 4 supreme treasure, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, to execute the Peak-Tier's secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, was 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times stronger than before. Then, Jiang Xi's figure flashed, and he put the silver-white armor, the white bone spear, and the storage ring of true monarch Jia La into his storage magical treasure. Both of them are first-tier supreme treasures. Looks like this true monarch Chara's status in the Yao race isn't low. After collecting the spoils of war, Jiang Xi merged with his sword and turned into a stream of green light, disappearing from the primitive forest. The quiet and ancient primitive forest returned to silence once more. The battle just now was too fast, and no traces were left behind here. No one would know that a lofty rank 4 true monarch had died here. In the Yao race's territory, in one of the holy lands, the myriad Yao Starry Sea. In the starry sky, there were 6 Tao monarch holy palaces of the Yao race. Only through fighting can I gain more. Not only the treasures of other races, but also the experience points. During his previous trip to the ancient immortal world, he had only obtained 1 rank 1 true treasure in 100 years. How long had it been since then? True monarch Jia La alone had brought him 2 rank 1 true treasures and 40 billion experience points. Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. 3 hours later, Jiang Xi did not deliberately conceal his aura and flew above a vast mountain range. In the mountain range, 2 rank 3 true monarchs from the palace feather race were hiding here, waiting for the treasure to appear. There is movement. A true monarch is approaching. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race immediately became vigilant. In just a moment, they saw the silver figure. It is true monarch Wu De. The one who obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. He is alone. There is a chance. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were pleasantly surprised. They knew that this was a big fish. Even if true monarch Wu De had given the token to the human race, he must have other high-grade true treasures on him. He is also a rank 3 true monarch. Once we attack, we cannot give him any chance. When he is 10,000 kilometers away from us, we will attack immediately. With our strength. They were formulating a battle plan when suddenly, boom. 200,000 kilometers away, a giant golden fist condensed in the air and smashed toward the silver figure. At the same time, 3 figures with the aura of experts surrounded him from 3 directions. Not good. Someone beat us to it. It is the 3 fellows from the Flying God race. Don't bother about the battle plan. Attack. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were shocked. Then, they roared and rushed over. This scene also made the 3 true monarchs of the Flying God race anxious. Everyone was in the same area. Although they could not do anything to each other, they knew each other's background. If they did not end the battle quickly, once the fight started, it was hard to say who the big fish would be. Attack with all your might. Try to end the battle in 1 second. Don't let the palace feather race snatch true monarch Wu De. As the big fish, Jiang Xi was very calm at first. He flew above the mountain range at a moderate speed. When the giant golden fist and the three figures appeared, he immediately recognized the other party's information. The Flying God Race's True Monarchs team. 2 rank 3 True Monarchs and 1 rank 2 True Monarch. They are all true monarchs from top races. Killing them is not difficult. The Flying God race was similar to the angels in Western mythology on Earth. The 3 true monarchs of the Flying God race had white wings. However, their faces were ferocious like ghosts. They were good at speed and did not have high physical defense. They were far inferior to the true monarchs of the demon race. There are 2 more. Jiang Xi saw the 2 true monarchs of the Palace Feather race rushing toward him from 200,000 kilometers away. Then I have to save some strength. I can't kill the true monarchs of the Flying God race instantly. Otherwise, I will scare the prey away. At that thought, Jiang Xi pretended to panic and took the giant golden fist head-on. Then, he suddenly increased his speed and flew in another direction. At the same time, the commotion caused by this exchange spread out. Quick! Don't let him get away. The 3 true monarchs of the Flying God race were even more anxious. They flapped their wings and chased after him. At the same time, they shouted to the 2 true monarchs of the Palace Feather race, the commotion just now will definitely attract more true monarchs. Although they are far away, they will be here soon. If this drags on, we won't have any chance. So, why don't we join forces and kill true monarch Wuda together? Then, we will split the spoils equally. How about that? Damn it! The 2 true monarchs of the Palace Feather race were furious. They were the ones who discovered him first. However, the current situation was just as the other party had said. They could not delay for too long. Deal. Both parties reached an agreement. Then, the 5 true monarchs used their fastest speed to surround Jiang Xi. Especially the 3 true monarchs of the Flying God race. They were even faster and caught up to Jiang Xi in no time. The distance between the 2 parties was less than 10,000 kilometers. Ha, human, die. The true monarchs of the Flying God race laughed maniacally. The giant golden fist and the wings were like blades, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked riverward. Ha! Jiang Xi chuckled. The distance was about right. With a backhand slash, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword emitted a red sword light and disappeared in a flash. 6 stances of the Great Tao, Fire Sword Stance. The 3 true monarchs of the Flying God race were puzzled when they saw the smile on Jiang Xi's face. The next moment, they realized. When the violent red sword light swept past their bodies began to disintegrate and their essence spirits began to collapse. The indestructible substance that guaranteed their endless lifespan was annihilated in an instant. You killed a 2nd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 20 billion, you killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, you killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, instant kill. This scene scared the 2 true monarchs of the Palace Feather race silly. Run! He's not true monarch Wuda at all. This is a trap set by the human race. This is definitely the strength of a 5th-rank true monarch. Despicable humans. They set up a trap for us. The 2 3rd-rank true monarchs did not even think and immediately fled frantically. But at this moment, they were only 30,000 kilometers away from Jiang Xi. How could they escape? A green sword light that was much faster than them swept past their bodies. 6 styles of the Great Tao, Wind Sword Style. These 2 true monarchs who were full of confidence just now also disappeared with the wind. You killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, you killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion, 2 consecutive notifications sounded on the experience panel almost at the same time. Instant kill again. This feeling of fishing is not bad. Jiang Xi collected the spoils of war scattered in the air. One stage, one supreme treasure and countless other treasures. In the next month, Jiang Xi constantly used this method to fish and attract those true monarchs of other races. Under the temptation of the supreme treasures, those true monarchs of other races would immediately surround him as long as they saw him. Of course, the outcome was no surprise. They all became Jiang Xi's experience points and contributed a large number of treasures at the same time. However, as time passed, a large number of true monarchs died, causing the other true monarchs to notice something strange. In particular, some of the true monarchs shouted the name of true monarch Wu De before they died. The two peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, were the first to remind their races. They told those true monarchs who were wandering in the ancient immortal world to be careful of true monarch Wu De of the human race. This human powerhouse, who was originally a third-rank true monarch, might now be a fifth-rank true monarch in disguise. Not long after, the true monarchs of the various races on planet 118 who were well-informed also knew the true strength of true monarch Wu De. They were all convinced that the so-called true monarch Wu De was definitely an ancient human true monarch in disguise, specially used to trick other races. Therefore, this caused the difficulty of Jiang Xi's fishing to increase. Only those true monarchs of other races who were not well informed would take the initiative to jump out when they saw Jiang Xi. As for those who were well informed, they would run far away. What a good opportunity! Jiang Xi sighed softly. Gone just like that. In the past month, he had killed a total of 3 fourth-rank true monarchs, 48 third-rank true monarchs, and 14 second-rank true monarchs. After conversion, that would be 1,840 billion experience points. There were also many treasures, a total of 1 stage 2 supreme treasure and 8 stage 1 supreme treasures. This kind of harvest was something that Jiang Xi had never expected before entering the ancient immortal world for the second time. Unfortunately, such a good opportunity was gone. Should I change my identity and continue? Jiang Xi thought for a moment and shook his head. The identity of true monarch Wu De was a big fish because he had obtained the token of the Hun Tian immortal abode previously. If he changed his identity, it would be very difficult to attract the attention of so many true monarchs. Let's wait. Let's wait for Master Wine's sword to find traces of true monarch Black Time. After that, Jiang Xi continued to wander around planet 118. When he encountered treasures, he would directly kill them halfway. This way, he could kill many true monarchs and obtain treasures at the same time. On this day, when Jiang Xi was flying slowly above a lake, he received a message from his master, True Monarch Wine Sword. His eyes lit up. It's here. Soon, True Monarch Wine Sword informed him of True Monarch Black Time's current location. Planet 1925. Jiang Xi immediately changed direction and flew toward the Whirlpool Passage to Planet 1925. Planet 1925, in the sky above a desert. True Monarch Black Time, who was wearing black armor, had just come out of his hiding place and participated in a treasure battle as a rank 4 True Monarch with a Stage 3 Armor Supreme Treasure. He could be called the overlord of this planet. Therefore, in this treasure battle, he naturally obtained a complete victory. But now, True Monarch Black Time was not happy. Because during the battle just now, he discovered that among the true monarchs watching from afar, there was a human true monarch team. Human race? I'm leaving this place. True Monarch Black Time did not hesitate. He was very concerned about True Monarch Wu De's movements, so of course, he had heard that True Monarch Wu De had entered the ancient immortal world again. Originally, he wanted to hunt, but the information he collected later made him dispel this idea. The news of True Monarch Jia La's death had already spread in the ancient immortal world. It was reported that before True Monarch Jia La died, he did not even have the chance to ask for help, he only had time to shout out True Monarch Wu De's name. Then, not long after, more news came. Many of the true monarchs roaming the ancient immortal world were easily killed by True Monarch Wu De using some method. true monarch Wuda was a trap. A trap set by the human race. This was something that everyone acknowledged at the moment. It's definitely not true monarch Wuda. True monarch Black Time also believed this. Because he had fought with true monarch Wuda before, and had even chased after him, forcing him to escape through the whirlpool passage. If true monarch Wuda was really so powerful, then he definitely would not have survived the previous 2 encounters. After all, he was very clear about the connection between his black armor and true monarch Wuda's silver armor. It doesn't matter if it's true monarch Wuda or not, since he's using that identity, he might have helped me. Then he might help Wuda true monarch hunt me down and obtain my armor treasure. This was what true monarch Black Time was worried about. Therefore, when he saw that there were humans nearby, he immediately made the decision to run away. Out of caution, he even chose to temporarily leave the ancient immortal world. However, what true monarch Black Time didn't know was that it wasn't just the human true monarch squad that had just discovered him. In fact, many human true monarchs on planet 1925 were paying attention to his whereabouts. Therefore, there was a large group of true monarchs in the human true monarch palace that was broadcasting true monarch Black Time's movements in real time. Of course, even if he knew that he was being watched, true monarch Black Time was not afraid. Because he was not afraid of this so-called true monarch Wuda. True monarch Black Time believed that with his armor, no true monarch other than a Dao monarch could stop him. Jiang Xi didn't leave behind an immortal power clone in the true monarch palace because he didn't have any immortal power. However, his identity as true monarch Wuda. It could be said that he had recently reached the peak of the human true monarchs. He was close to ancient existences like true monarch 6 Virtuous and true monarch Myriad Poison. In a short month, he had killed 3 rank 4 true monarchs and dozens of rank 3 and rank 2 true monarchs. This news spread not only among the non-humans, but also among the humans. Moreover, the non-humans were the ones who spread the news first. This made true monarch Wuda's strength even more convincing. When Jiang Xi had stayed in the heavenly court for a short while, he had met many true monarchs in the true monarch palace. Among these people, many had sent messages to Riverward. They asked if he had found a rank 5 true monarch to disguise himself as true monarch Wuda and enter the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He admitted that he was the real true monarch Wuda and didn't find a substitute. However, no one believed this kind of truth. However, when true monarch Winesword learned of this situation, he took the opportunity to tell everyone in the true monarch palace that it was true monarch Wuda who was looking for true monarch Black Time. Then, the human experts of the true Lord Palace really took this matter to heart and actively helped. That was how they found true monarch Black Time so quickly. Chapter 568. Jiang Xi used the power of the true Lord Palace to find traces of true Lord Heisher. Of course, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. His avatar had been communicating with the avatar of his master, true monarch Winesword, through voice transmissions. And true Lord Winesword's clone was guarding the true Lord Palace, helping Jiang Xi to know true Lord Heisher's movements in real time. You still want to escape from an inescapable net? Jiang Xi passed through the whirlpool passage and arrived at planet 1925. He looked at a direction. According to the real-time information from the True Lord Palace, True Lord Heisher was flying towards the whirlpool passage leaving the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi fused with his sword and turned into a green phantom. With a speed of 180,000 kilometers per second, he flashed away. This was already close to the speed of a rank 5 true lord. Because he was using the rank 4 supreme treasure, abyss-devouring divine sword, and when he used wind sword style, it was even more powerful and faster. After a quarter of an hour, the distance between him and true Lord Heisher was only 1,000,000 kilometers. They could already sense each other's aura fluctuations. With such a fast speed, he can catch up to me in a minute at most. He's definitely not the original true Lord Wuda. True Lord He Shi's heart sank. The true Lord Wuda he met last time only had a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, and was chased by him until he did not know where to go. And now, this true Lord Wuda's speed was close to that of a rank 5 true Lord. Soon, when the distance between them was only 200,000 kilometers, true Lord He Shi took the initiative to stop above a wasteland. At this time, he was less than 10 million kilometers away from the Whirlpool Passage leaving the ancient immortal world. Whoosh! Jiang Xi caught up in a flash, and stood opposite true Lord He Shi in the sky above the wasteland. The two's battle armors were shaking violently, as if they could not wait to fuse back into one. I know you're not true Lord Wuda, you can't kill me. True Lord He Shi was very calm. Oh. Jiang Xi was a little surprised. So confident. I've met many rank 5 true lords over the years, but none of them could stop me. True Lord He Shi's tone was also very calm, then let's give it a try. Jiang Xi drew his sword and 30,000 zhang long sword lights appeared around him. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, a peak-level secret technique, was instantly unleashed. This true monarch He Shi was no longer calm. His complexion changed greatly. Are you really true monarch Wuda? He had fought briefly with Wuda true monarch before, so he clearly remembered the sword Dao secret technique that Wuda true monarch had used. Impossible, it's only been 200 years, how can you have the battle prowess of a 5th revolution true monarch? True monarch He Shi's face was full of disbelief. The real deal. Jiang Xi chuckled as he swung the abyss-devouring divine sword, sending a beam of golden sword light toward Lord Heishi. Even if you are a 5th revolution true monarch, you can't kill me. True monarch He Shi roared and slashed out with his saber. The saber light formed a river that covered the entire space. Their secret techniques collided in midair. Boom! Boom! It was still a big explosion, but it was only for an instant. Lord Black Time's blade light was crushed and disappeared. The golden sword light's momentum was slightly reduced, but it continued to pierce through space and arrived in front of true monarch He Shi. I have a rank 3 armor treasure, what can you do to me? True monarch He Shi was extremely confident. Is that so? Jiang Xi smiled. Puff! The golden sword light landed on true monarch He Shi's black armor, and its power was reduced by more than half. True monarch He Shi was somewhat puzzled. According to his experience, his rank 3 armor treasure could block at least 70% of a 5th revolution true monarch's attack. But now, it had only blocked 60%. In the next instant, before he could react, the remaining half of the golden sword light penetrated the black armor and entered his body. Then, he realized that half of the imperishable substance in his body had been annihilated by the golden sword light. Not good. True monarch He Shi's expression changed as his gaze fell on the abyss-devouring divine sword in Jiang Xi's hand. An offensive treasure. It's at least a rank 3 offensive treasure. No wonder he could easily kill a 4th revolution true monarch, so he was borrowing the power of a treasure. This was the only possibility that could break through his tier 3 armor artifact. True monarch He Shi waved his sword and then turned to flee. One sword strike had annihilated half of the imperishable substance in his body. He knew that if he couldn't escape today, he might die in the ancient immortal world. Run, leave the ancient immortal world. Even if he chases me out, I'm not afraid, it'll be my home ground. True monarch He Shi was anxious but calm. Whoosh, he continued to fly toward the Whirlpool Passage leading out of the ancient immortal world. This location was less than 10 million kilometers away from that place. You want to leave? Jiang Xi waved his sword to destroy the sword light and then chased after him. Of course, he knew that true monarch He Shi wanted to leave the ancient immortal world. Next, both sides chased and fought as they gradually approached the passage out of the ancient immortal world. The imperishable substance in true monarch He Shi's body was also rapidly being annihilated. In theory, Jiang Xi only needed 20 sword strikes to kill him. But true monarch He Shi already knew the power of the sword light and wouldn't stupidly take it head-on. Therefore, Jiang Xi couldn't kill him in 20 sword strikes. Although the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword has the effect of breaking armor, it's still a rank 3 armor treasure after all. It can still reduce half of the sword style's power. Jiang Xi waved his sword again, but true monarch He Shi dodged it again. This is a 4th revolution true monarch who has lived for at least 300,000 eras. In terms of battle experience, he's much more experienced than I am. Jiang Xi knew his shortcomings. This can't go on, maybe I can really let him escape from the ancient immortal world. After leaving the ancient immortal world from planet 1925, the other end of the Whirlpool Passage is in the original universe's barren star field. But in the original universe, it's possible to travel through source space. If he wants to escape, I won't be able to catch up. Jiang Xi's thoughts turned quickly, and after a quick consideration, he made a decision. I can only reveal one trump card. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Xi's figure was like the wind, and instead of continuing to attack, he used wind sword style to chase after He Shi. He was faster than true monarch He Shi, and in just 3 seconds, the distance between them was only 20,000 kilometers. What is this true monarch Wuda doing? True monarch He Shi was puzzled. But now, he was less than 3 million kilometers away from the Whirlpool Passage, leaving the ancient immortal world. Therefore, he didn't think too much, and continued to use Saber Dao to attack, disrupting Jiang Xi's speed. Whoosh, Jiang Xi flickered again, and the distance between him and true monarch He Shi was only 10,000 feet. Then, he still didn't use any attack methods, and instead willed, self-made heaven and earth. This made true monarch He Shi even more puzzled. What trick is he playing? Is he going to fight me in close combat? But even if it was close combat, he wasn't afraid. He could see that this true monarch Wuda's attack methods were lacking. It was as if he didn't have any battle experience, unlike a 5th revolution true monarch who had lived for countless eras. But at this moment, suddenly, true monarch He Shi found that he couldn't move, and froze in mid-air, maintaining his flying posture. Only his mind could still function, but the emotions in his mind had already been filled with shock and fear. This is spatial imprisonment. No. There is also a special fluctuation, time has also stopped. Controlling spacetime. Is he a Dao monarch in disguise? No, he is clearly using true monarch Wuda's sword Dao secret technique. Damn it. Damn you humans. Who is he? True monarch He Shi wanted to beg for mercy, and voluntarily hand over the black armor in exchange for a chance to live. But under the situation where spacetime was completely controlled by the other party, he couldn't speak at all. Moreover, under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, the true monarch's spiritual consciousness couldn't leave his body, and he couldn't use spiritual consciousness transmission to beg for mercy. In the end, true monarch He Shi could only use his eyes to convey his begging for mercy. Jiang Xi understood, but he didn't care. He took a step forward and arrived in front of true monarch He Shi. You should be honored to be able to force me to reveal this trump card before you die. Jiang Xi smiled. Then, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword slashed out continuously. True monarch He Shi's eyes were filled with hatred, unwillingness, and confusion. Then, his body and soul were destroyed. You killed a rank 4 true monarch, experience points plus 40 billion, as the experience panel's notification sounded. True monarch He Shi, who could escape unscathed even when facing a rank 5 true monarch, was annihilated on ancient immortal world's planet 1925. In mid-air, a black armor floated. When Jiang Xi dispersed the heaven and earth, the black armor quickly changed in the air, revealing its original appearance. It was a combination of 3 black mountains of different heights, very similar to the Triple Mountain. The difference was that the Triple Mountain emitted the aura of a rank 2 supreme treasure. And the one in front of him was a rank 3 supreme treasure. This made Jiang Xi even more surprised. After waiting for more than 300 years, I finally got it. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put away the supreme treasure in front of him, and then quickly left this place. 3 seconds ago, in the original universe, the star field where the top race of the Hanzi race lived. To be called a top race, it naturally had a Tao monarch overseeing it. The Tao monarch of the Hanzi race was Tao monarch Hanzi, and he was also true monarch Heisher's master. Therefore, when he bestowed the treasure, he gave the black armor formed by the mountain to his disciple. He did not give it to the race's second strongest person, a rank 5 true monarch. After true monarch Heisher entered the ancient immortal world, he also left an immortal power clone in the race. When he was imprisoned by spacetime, his immortal power clone first crushed the token that Tao monarch Hanzi had left him to ask for help. Then, he quickly used a jade slip to record the battle between him and true monarch Wuda. True monarch Wuda, you must die. In the end, he roared indignantly, and his immortal power clone dissipated. In just a moment, a middle-aged man with 6 black horns on his head came to true monarch Heisher's palace. This was the Hanzi race's second strongest person, the rank 5 true monarch named Ming Yan. Heisher died? True monarch Ming Yan's expression was grave. He has the rank 3 armor treasure that Lord Tao monarch gave him. Even a rank 5 true monarch would have a hard time killing him. Did a Tao monarch attack him? True monarch Ming Yan picked up the jade slip left behind by true monarch Heisher and scanned it with his spiritual sense. The human race's true monarch Wuda. Similar to a Tao monarch's ability to control spacetime. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Tao monarch Hanzi was not in the race. He was visiting friends in the ghost race. Although the Hanzi race was not a vassal race of the ghost race, this did not prevent Tao monarch Hanzi from becoming friends with the ghost race's Tao monarchs. The ghost race's star field was different from the other star fields in the original universe. It was filled with eerie ghost chi all year round. Even the desolate universe was filled with ghost chi. Therefore, cultivators of other races who were slightly weaker would not be able to step into the ghost race's territory. At the same time, in the original universe's ghost race territory, Rakshasa star field. The Rakshasa race was the top bloodline of the ghost race, second only to the imperial golden yakshas and the royal silver yakshas. In terms of overall strength, they were ranked 3rd in the ghost race. That was because the Rakshasa race had 2 peak experts, Tao monarch Rakshasa and Tao monarch Pan Lien. Tao monarch Pan Lien was a good friend of Tao monarch Hanzi. He was extremely beautiful, like the most beautiful man in the world. In terms of appearance, the Rakshasa race was either extremely beautiful or extremely ugly. Compared to Tao monarch Pan Lien, Tao monarch Hanzi had the standard appearance of the Hanzi race. Apart from the 12 black horns on his head, there was nothing special about him. The 2 Tao monarchs were cultivating in the Rakshasa race's sacred ground for more than 10,000 years. Suddenly, Tao monarch Hanzi's expression changed. He sensed that his token had been crushed. His disciple, true monarch Heisher, was asking him for help. However, before he could leave the ghost race, he discovered that true monarch Heisher's destiny slip had shattered. Heisher. Tao monarch Hanzi grabbed the shattered destiny slip with a sorrowful expression. That was the disciple he doted on the most, his closest kin. Tao monarch Pan Lien of the Rakshasa race who sat opposite him frowned as well. He knew how much his good friend doted on his disciple. Back then, he had obtained a precious grade 3 supreme treasure. He couldn't bear to use it and had given it to his disciple, true monarch Heisher. Now that true monarch Heisher was dead, one could imagine how sad and angry Tao monarch Hanzi was. My condolences, Hanzi. Tao monarch Pan Lien sighed softly. Such comforting words naturally wouldn't have any effect on Tao monarch Hanzi's emotions. His eyes were cold, and his body faintly emitted killing intent. If this wasn't the ghost race's star field, he would probably have exploded. Pan Lien, I want to borrow your ghost race's intelligence system to find the murderer who killed my disciple. Dao monarch Hun Zi said hoarsely. Sure. Which planet in the ancient immortal world is He Sure on? Dao monarch Pan Lian asked. Planet 1925. Alright, I'll immediately mobilize the ghost race's true monarchs on that planet. With that, Dao monarch Pan Lian issued an order to the ghost race's true monarchs as a peak expert of the ghost race. After doing all this, the two Dao monarchs felt a little helpless. Compared to the human race, their means of communication were too simple and crude. The human race could transmit messages across the entire universe. If it were a human true monarch who was attacked, the human race wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to mobilize experts to find the murderer. Because the person who was attacked could directly send a message to ask for help from the race and also tell the race who the enemy was. While waiting for the ghost race to gather accurate information, Dao monarch Hun Zi condensed a thought clone through the inheritance altar he left in the Hun Zi tribe. This was also a Dao monarch method. Not long after, rank 5 true monarch Ming Yan, who stayed behind to guard the Hun Zi tribe, arrived at the inheritance altar. Greetings, ancestor. True monarch Ming Yan bowed respectfully. Did He Sure leave anything behind? Dao monarch Hun Zi asked in a deep voice. He left behind this jade slip, which recorded the details of his battle with the murderer. True monarch Ming Yan handed over the jade slip. Dao monarch Hun Zi's thought clone reached out and grabbed the jade slip, then read the information inside. True monarch Wu Da. A Dao monarch method that can control spacetime. Dao monarch Hun Zi's expression changed slightly. This situation was beyond his expectations. Take good care of our race. Dao Lord Hun Zi gave true monarch Crag a few more words, and then his mental clone vanished. True monarch Ming Yan bowed respectfully and sighed inwardly. The holy land of the Ghost and Rakshasa clans. Dao Lord Hun Zi said in a low voice, there's no need to search anymore. I already know who the murderer is. It's the human race's Wu Da true monarch. Dao Lord Pan Lian was very surprised. Then, he frowned and said, I've heard about Wu Da perfected lord of the human race from the perfected lords of my race. 200 years ago, he obtained a token from the Hun Tian immortal abode and became a rank 3 perfected lord by chance. Some time ago, several rank 3 true lords of the ghost race died in his hands. Moreover, 3 rank 4 true lords of other races in the universe were easily killed by him. There's a rumor in the ancient immortal world that Wu Da perfected lord was a trap set by the human race. This person was a rank 5 true lord of the human race in disguise. He used treasures as bait to lure true lords of other races into the trap. However, Black sure had the rank 3 defensive treasure you gave him. Even a rank 5 true lord would find it difficult to threaten his life. Dao Lord Pan Lian shook his head after he finished speaking. He was very confused. Dao Lord Hun Zi said coldly, before Blacksure died, his immortal power clone left behind a jade slip that recorded the battle between him and true monarch Wu Da in detail. Blacksure confirmed that the murderer was true monarch Wu Da and not some rank 5 true lord in disguise. That's impossible. It's only been 200 years. It's impossible for him to suddenly become a rank 5 true lord from a rank 3 true lord. It's also impossible for him to have the strength to easily kill a rank 4 true lord, Dao Lord Pan Lian said with a frown. As a peak expert, he knew very well how difficult it was for a perfected lord to increase their strength. Reversing life and death was a life and death tribulation every time. Even with the power of a supreme treasure, it was very difficult for a rank 3 true lord to have the strength to match a rank 5 true lord. That's the key, Dao Lord Hun Zi said with killing intent in his eyes. True monarch Wu Da used the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode to exchange for a sword-type supreme treasure that was at least a rank 3. It was able to break the defense of a rank 3 defensive treasure, and then... At this point, he paused for a moment. Then, he said with a serious expression, he also has a method similar to a Dao Lord that can control time and space. In the ancient immortal world, he can use space imprisonment and time stop. This is the main reason why he was able to easily kill my disciple. What? Tao Lord Pan Lien was shocked. Then, he quickly asked, is that true? Are you sure it's a Tao Lord's method? My disciple Blacksure is cautious by nature. His judgment can't be wrong. Grief flashed in Tao Lord Hun Zi's eyes, but he had already calmed down. Hun Zi, I'm not doubting Blackshure's judgment. Tao Lord Pan Lien shook his head. He said with a serious expression, more than 1,500 years ago, an invincible human tribulation transcender was born in the 9th battlefield of the foreign battlefield. This person was called the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Tao Lord Hun Zi looked at him in confusion, not understanding why Tao Lord Pan Lien would mention a human tribulation transcender at this time. Tao Lord Pan Lien continued, in the battle where the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal became an invincible tribulation transcender, he used a method similar to a Tao Lord that can control time and space. Later, after careful analysis, we discovered that it was only the most basic self-created world, and he could only control time and space within a radius of 10,000 feet. Moreover, he could only use space imprisonment and time stop. He couldn't use other Tao Lord methods such as space travel or time acceleration. You're saying? Tao Lord Hun Zi's expression changed. Yes, I suspect that true monarch Wu De is the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Tao Lord Pan Lien nodded. Impossible. You just said that it was impossible for a rank 3 true monarch to become a rank 5 true monarch in just 300 years. How could an invincible tribulation transcender cross so many realms in just 1,500 years? Tao Lord Hun Zi shook his head in denial. Any invincible tribulation transcender must be a genius with outstanding talent. Moreover, he was able to control his self-created world at the tribulation transcender realm. His talent is definitely rare among all the races in the universe. Moreover, it's not like a true monarch who used only 1,000 years to complete 5 life and death reversals has never appeared in the history of the original universe, Tao Lord Pan Lien said. Tao Lord Hun Zi fell silent, because what Tao Lord Pan Lien said was true. In history, there were indeed extremely amazing geniuses who could extinguish 5 soul lamps in a short period of time and become a rank 5 true monarch from a 9 tribulation transcender. The possibility was very small, so small that it was almost zero. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, such a situation could exist. Moreover, the genius who extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row was from the human race. Did Black record true monarch Wu De's attacks? For example, apart from his self-created world, did he cultivate the sword Tao? Tao Lord Pan Lien asked. Yes, and he did use a sword. Tao Lord Hun Zi increasingly felt that Tao Lord Pan Lien's words might be true. Did he have 7 sword lights circling around him, 1 above and 5 in the middle? Tao Lord Pan Lien asked. According to Black record, when true monarch Wu De attacked, there were indeed 6 sword lights circling around him, not 7. There was no sword light below his feet. Tao Lord Hun Zi frowned. Then it must be him. Tao Lord Pan Lien asserted. There was 1 less sword light, which means that his sword Tao secret technique might have reached the next realm, but it wasn't perfected. With so many similarities, we can conclude that the possibility of true monarch Wu De being the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is more than 70%. In the vast universe, even if there are coincidences, it's impossible for so many coincidences to appear at the same time. In just 1,000 years, it's even more impossible for 2 cultivators who aren't Tao monarchs to appear at the same time. Therefore, this 70% possibility can be raised to 100%. Tao Lord Pan Lien said with certainty. Even if there was only a 10% chance, he dared to make this deduction. Because the probability of such a coincidence was too low. Hun Zi, I'm sorry, but this matter no longer concerns your Hun Zi race alone. Now that such a peerless genius has appeared in the human race, our ghost race has to kill him to prevent future troubles. Tao Lord Pan Lien said with a solemn expression. I understand. It's fine as long as I can avenge my disciple. Tao Lord Hunzi sighed. However, true monarch Wu De has to return the armor cardinal treasure he obtained from my disciple. Of course. That cardinal treasure belongs to you to begin with. Our ghost race won't covet it, Tao Lord Pan Lien promised. Tao Lord Hunzi nodded without batting an eyelid. He had a piece of information that he did not reveal. It was the Grade 3 armor cardinal treasure he gave to true monarch Black Time. There was a connection between it and true monarch Wu De's armor cardinal treasure. As a pinnacle expert, he naturally knew what that meant. It was an armor cardinal treasure that was at least Grade 4 or even higher. Chapter 569. Tao Lord Pan Lien mobilized 3 rank 5 true lords to kill perfected Lord Wu De in the ancient immortal world. However, the ghost race sent out 4 rank 5 true lords in the end. That was because perfected Lord Nether, who was known as the Nether Ghost King in the ghost race, took the initiative to join the mission to kill perfected Lord Wu De. This rank 5 true lord, whose status was second only to Tao lords in the ghost race, had been looking for a chance to avenge his son. More than 1,500 years ago, his son, Gu Jiong, was killed by the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal of the human race in the extraterritorial battlefield. He was a step too late and could not kill his enemy with his own hands. Now, he heard from his race that the famous perfected Lord Wu De of the human race might be the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Hatred surged in his heart. You better be the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Perfected Lord Nether's golden eyes were filled with killing intent. The Golden Yiksha race was the strongest royal bloodline of the ghost race. With his powerful bloodline, his combat strength was naturally higher than experts of the same rank. He could not be measured by ordinary rank 5 true lords. He was in existence close to being invincible among perfected lords. The 3 peak races had spies planted among each other. The news of the ghost race dispatching rank 5 true lords to kill perfected Lord Wu De of the human race in the ancient immortal world was leaked. Demon Race Holy Land, Myriad Demon Star Sea, Third Sacred Palace, Moon Devouring Sacred Palace. Tao Lord Moon Devouring Sacred Palace, who had 1 eye, 4 hooves, and a body that was as white as the moon, resembled a giant cosmic beast. He looked very lazy. The Tao Lord aura he emitted affected the spacetime around him. At that moment, Tao Lord Anlin of the demon race was sitting cross-legged in front of Tao Lord Moon Devouring Sacred Palace. Moon Devouring Sacred Palace, was your subordinate perfected Lord Cha La killed by a human perfected Lord not long ago? Tao Lord Anlin asked. That's right. I think he was called perfected Lord Wu De. I've already sent perfected Lord Ka Ma to the ancient immortal world to kill him. Tao Lord Moon Devouring Sacred Palace sounded very impatient. Tao Lord Anlin's eyes flashed with helplessness. Tao Lord Moon Devouring Sacred Palace was much stronger than him, but he was too lazy. One of his rank 4 true monarchs was killed, yet he was still so calm. Although true monarch Ka Ma was a 5th revolution true monarch, how could a 5th revolution true monarch kill true monarch Wu De? It had been more than a month, but Wu De true lord was still very active in the ancient immortal world. The spies I planted amongst the ghosts sent word that they suspect that true Lord Wu De is the human race's Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, Tao Lord Kamlan said. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal? Tao Lord Moon Devouring Moon raised his voice slightly. After all, tribulation transcenders and true monarchs were 2 different existences. Yes, over 1,500 years ago, this person became an invincible tribulation transcender in the 9th battlefield of the foreign battleground. The Gue clan suspects that he extinguished 5 soul lamps in the past 1,500 years and completed the reversal of life and death 5 times to become a 5th transformation true monarch. That's why he has the power to kill a 4th transformation true monarch, perfected monarch Anlan explained. Oh, he's a freakishly powerful genius. Go kill him, then. Tao Lord Moonswallow seemed to have lost interest. Tao Lord Kamlan didn't mind. He was already used to Tao Lord Moonswallow's personality. He said patiently, when dealing with true monarchs, unless it's absolutely necessary, we Tao Lords can't attack. Otherwise, the human Tao Lords will also attack us genius true monarchs. Oh, then send the true monarchs under you. Wu the true lord is very difficult to kill. The reason why I came to you is that our two temples should join forces and send all the fifth transformation true monarchs under us to kill Wu the true lord. But I've already sent true monarch Kama. Not enough. Oh, then add true monarch Kuanpeng. Alright, that's all. Don't disturb my rest. Tao Lord Moonswallow closed his huge eye again. Tao Lord Kamlan had achieved his goal and disappeared from the moon-devouring temple. He didn't underestimate Tao Lord Moonswallow. No one who could become a peak expert was simple-minded. Tao Lord Moonswallow seemed slow and lazy, but when it came to sending fifth transformation true monarchs, he had a bottom line. 2 at most, no more than that. That was because in a situation where Tao Lords couldn't attack casually, fifth transformation true monarchs were the decisive forces of the various races and couldn't be mobilized casually. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Tao Lords of various races weren't willing to send out their fifth transformation true monarchs. True monarch Kama, true monarch Kuanpeng and 2 under me. That's enough. Tao Lord Kamlan's eyes shone actually, he wanted to attack personally this time. However, he knew very well that if he did, the human Tao Lords would definitely attack as well. Just like the previous time when he descended to the ancient immortal world to fight for the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. However, the human Emperor Lord Mi Luo Tao Lord attacked very quickly. Therefore, if the Tao Lords were to attack personally, the success rate of killing Wu the true monarch would not be that high. A few fifth transformation true monarchs working together was enough to kill Wu the true monarch. Although the demon race and ghost race didn't communicate with each other, they made the same decision tacitly. Because they already knew Wu the true monarch's strength in advance, the two peak races didn't send fifth transformation true monarchs and below. Instead, they sent many powerful fifth transformation true monarchs to carry out the hunt in the ancient immortal world. As the target of the hunt, Jiang Xi didn't know that a storm was coming. Even if he did, it didn't matter. Because he had already left the ancient immortal world and was preparing to return to Earth. In a safe place, he would merge the 3-layered mountain and the newly obtained black 3-layered mountain into one. The place where he killed Black Time True Monarch wasn't far from the Whirlpool Passage that led to the ancient immortal world. After coming out of the Whirlpool Passage, he would arrive at a desolate star field in the original universe. After leaving the ancient immortal world, Jiang Xi didn't waste any time. According to the direction shown on the star map, he drove a supreme-grade immortal boat to the nearest human life planet. Not long after, he received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Jiang Xi, leave the ancient immortal world immediately. The beginning of the message made Jiang Xi very surprised. What had happened? Why did his master 9 Firmaments come to warn him personally? After he finished reading the message, he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he was cautious and didn't stay in the ancient immortal world after obtaining the supreme treasure. Otherwise, he might be in danger now. The ghost race and the monster race sent many fifth transformation true monarchs to kill me in the ancient immortal world. They suspect that I'm the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The message shocked Jiang Xi even more. Had his second identity been exposed? After thinking for a while, he realized where the problem was. I used self-created heaven and earth in front of Black Time True Monarch. This is something I used when I was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. With Black Time True Monarch's strength, if he left an immortal power clone in his race, he could have recorded my situation. The intelligence systems of the two peak races can easily connect True Monarch Wuda and the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. I was too careless. Jiang Xi shook his head. It doesn't matter if it's exposed. The goal of this trip to the ancient immortal world is basically achieved. If I want to go there again, I can just change my identity. The only problem is that I have to be more careful the next time I use self-created heaven and earth. Soon, he arrived at a planet with human life with an interstellar teleportation formation. He used his identity as Jiang Ci to teleport back to Earth and avoid a fatal calamity. After returning to Earth, Jiang Ci ignored the outside world and went into seclusion again to research the supreme treasure. Planet 1925 of the ancient immortal world had been searched by the monster race and ghost race. There were a total of 8 fifth transformation true monarchs from the monster race and ghost race. They used great divine abilities to search this planet for a long time, but in the end, they found nothing. For this reason, the two peak races sent out true monarchs below 5th transformation to join the search. However, they still couldn't find that so-called true monarch Wuda. The two peak races guessed that true monarch Wuda had sneaked into another planet. After all, the ancient immortal world had 3,600 planets. It was too easy for true monarch Wuda to hide. Of course, the two peak races also guessed that true monarch Wuda might have left the ancient immortal world. However, the spies they planted in the human race didn't find any traces of true monarch Wuda in the human territory. Therefore, the two peak races expanded the search area. They told their true monarchs in the ancient immortal world to pay attention to the whereabouts of true monarch Wuda and report it immediately. They also gave true monarch Wuda's strength characteristics. 1. Sword Dao cultivator with the strength to easily kill a 4th transformation true monarch. 2. When performing the Sword Dao secret technique, there will be 6 sword lights circling around the user. 3. Has at least a 3rd grade sword type supreme treasure and an armor type supreme treasure. 4. Has the ability to create self-created heaven and earth. Can control space-time within a radius of 10,000 feet and use space imprisonment and time stop, similar to Dao Monarch space-time control. These 4 characteristics quickly spread in the ancient immortal world and then to all races in the universe. Almost all true monarchs knew about them. Because the last one was too terrifying. Creating self-created heaven and earth, similar to Dao Monarch space-time control. Didn't that mean that true monarch Wuda was invincible among true monarchs within a radius of 10,000 feet? No wonder he could kill 4 4th transformation true monarchs, including true monarch Dark Time, 48 3rd transformation true monarchs, and 14 2nd transformation true monarchs within a month. This was a huge trap set by the human race. Despicable humans. Instantly, all the true monarchs in the ancient immortal world became cautious and listed true monarch Wuda as the #1 threat in the ancient immortal world. To the true monarchs of other races, true monarch Wuda was even more dangerous than Dao monarchs. Dao monarchs usually wouldn't attack true monarchs unless they were courting death by provoking them. Even if they knew that Dao monarchs were searching for treasures in the ancient immortal world, those true monarchs weren't worried about their own safety. Earth, Pak Sun Province, in the cultivation room of mansion number 92 in Tongtian District. With a thought, Jiangxi's silver armor transformed from the Triple Mountain once again into the appearance of the Triple Mountain. The 3 combined mountains floated in the air, emitting a heavy aura. Then, he took out the black Triple Mountain from his interspatial ring. The black Triple Mountain didn't emit a heavy aura, but a special wave. Another difference was that Jiangxi's Triple Mountain was a Stage 2 ultimate treasure, while the black one was a Stage 3 ultimate treasure. The 2 ultimate treasures floated in the air, attracting each other as if they couldn't wait to merge into one. After that, Jiangxi no longer stopped the mutual attraction of the 2 third-tier mountains. Merge, let's see what kind of ultimate treasure you are. He was full of anticipation as he watched the 2 triple mountains in the air come into contact with each other amidst the violent vibrations. They were originally one, and now they merged into one again without any hindrance. Buzz, the heavy aura and special wave were also undergoing some kind of violent reaction, and finally turned into an even more mysterious aura. The whole process was carried out very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, it was over. After the 2 triple mountains merged, it became a 6th triple mountain, which was black in color. The aura it emitted caused Jiangxi to be pleasantly surprised. A Stage 5 Ultimate Treasure. This surprise exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good enough if it was a Stage 4 Ultimate Treasure. He didn't expect it to be a Stage 5 Ultimate Treasure. Armor-type Ultimate Treasures were very valuable. There were many Dao Lords who didn't necessarily have 5th grade armors. With this ultimate treasure, Jiang Xi believed that even if he faced Dao Lords in the future, he would be able to protect himself. At the same time, the function of the 6th triple mountain appeared in his mind. The spatial imprisonment method can still be used. With a thought, the space around Jiang Xi froze. This also made him heave a sigh of relief. Because before the fusion, he was worried that the fusion of the 2 triple mountains would cause the original function of the ultimate treasure to disappear. Fortunately, it didn't disappear. Not only did the spatial imprisonment not disappear, but it also has an additional function. Jiang Xi carefully sensed the mysterious aura emitted by the 6th triple mountain. This mysterious aura was formed after the intense reaction of the heavy aura and special wave of the 2 triple mountains. Judging from the self-created heaven and earth, that special wave should be time. True Monarch Dark Time's Black Triple Mountain has special abilities other than armor transformation. It also has the ability to stop time. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly, and he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, in the ancient immortal world, only Dao Lords who had the ability to control time and space could use spatial imprisonment and time stop. If it was in the original universe, he definitely wouldn't be a match for True Monarch Dark Time. With the ability to stop time, True Monarch Dark Time would be even stronger in the original universe. Dark Time, no wonder there's a sure in it. But in the end, I still won. Jiang Xi exhaled lightly and began to refine the new ultimate treasure. He needed to continue refining the newly fused 6th triple mountain. According to the grade of the ultimate treasure, his triple mountain should be the first 3 ultimate treasures. And True Monarch Dark Time's Black Triple Mountain happened to be the last 3 ultimate treasures. He hadn't refined the last 3 ultimate treasures, so he couldn't use the ability to stop time. It was worth mentioning that the spatial imprisonment and time stop of the 6th triple mountain were 2 independent abilities. It was completely different from creating a world and controlling time and space, and other powerful abilities. The latter 2 were of a higher level, controlling a part of the world, not just space and time. Everything was under control. In the following time, Jiang Xi entered the rhythm of refining the ultimate treasures. However, he wasn't satisfied with the 100 times refinement speed of Heavenly Spirit stock liquid. In the past, he didn't have money, and the cost of 1 gram of Heavenly Spirit stock liquid was too expensive. Now, in his short second trip to the ancient immortal world, he killed dozens of true monarchs of other races, and there were 4 rank 4 true monarchs among them. The spoils of war, excluding the ultimate treasures, were worth more than 20 trillion points. With so much wealth, using Heavenly Spirit stock liquid to refine the ultimate treasures was too slow. Therefore, after Jiang Xi disposed of the spoils of war, he searched the human race's treasury and soon found a suitable item to assist in refining. Heavenly Spirit Gold Liquid, 1 gram of 100 billion points. 1 gram can provide 10,000 times the refinement speed of ultimate treasures, and the effect lasts for 10 years. Jiang Xi was speechless. This price was indeed extravagant. Many ordinary true monarchs of the human race only had around 100 billion points. 1 gram of it was enough to make these ordinary true monarchs go bankrupt. Then, Jiang Xi decisively bought 100 grams, and his points were halved in an instant, 10,000 times the refinement speed of ultimate treasures, and the effect lasts for 10 years. It's equivalent to refining for 100,000 years without sleep. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this speed. Even if the last 3 layers of the 6th layer mountain took 1,000,000 years to refine, he wasn't afraid. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. During this time, true monarch Wuda became more and more mysterious and powerful in the eyes of the true monarchs of the various races. Some true monarchs even called true monarch Wuda the #1 powerhouse below Dao monarchs. With this reputation, the true monarchs of the human race were even more curious about true monarch Wu De's true identity. This was because the news from the monster race and ghost race said that true monarch Wu De was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Everyone had heard of the name Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. After all, he was the new invincible tribulation transcender of the human race. But if it was said that Mountain Sea Sword Immortal extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row and became a 5th transformation true monarch, no one believed it. This kind of heaven-defying genius had only appeared once in the history of the original universe, and it was in the human race. The difficulty of extinguishing 5 soul lamps in a row was no less than that of becoming a Tao monarch. This was because every time one extinguished a soul lamp and reversed life and death, it was accompanied by a life and death tribulation. The success rate of passing 5 life and death tribulations in a row was too low. Therefore, many true monarchs of the human race wanted to find true monarch Wu De to verify it. But they found that true monarch Wu De was too mysterious. Apart from a brief appearance in the heavenly court and leaving a message mark, there was no other way to contact him. He also didn't leave a clone in the true monarch palace. It was too difficult to find true monarch Wu De. Who was true monarch Wu De? Was he the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal? This question became the hottest topic in the human race's true monarch palace in the last few decades, and also in the entire universe. No matter what outsiders said, the monster race and ghost race concluded that true monarch Wu De was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, so they had been searching for him in the ancient immortal world. But after 30 years, they still found nothing. However, the 3,600 planets of the ancient immortal world were too big. Even if the 2 peak races sent out all their true monarchs, it would be difficult to search through them in 30 years, not even 300 years. Therefore, the monster race and ghost race's true monarchs still had orders to search for true monarch Wu De while roaming the ancient immortal world. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xi was very calm. He also knew that he was at the center of the storm, so he couldn't let true monarch Wu De appear in the ancient immortal world. Courting death? He wasn't that stupid. However, accidents were inevitable in life. On the 31st year Jiang Xi was refining the supreme treasure, the 6th mountain, something unexpected happened. On this day, he was drinking with the clone of his master, true monarch Wine Sword. Since they didn't have to go to the ancient immortal world, the two often had small gatherings. After all, refining supreme treasures didn't consume much energy. He only needed to split a wisp of spirit consciousness to refine them. It seems that your identity as true monarch Wu De is going to be abolished. Some time ago, Sword Sect's true monarch Sword Kong was still looking for me, saying that he must find you. True monarch Wine Sword smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that a careless action would cause such a big commotion. True monarch Sword Kong was the Sword Sect's rank 4 true monarch who helped him when he obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. The reason why this ancient existence went to find true monarch Wine Sword. It was because true monarch Wine Sword had once helped true monarch Wu De issue a mission to find true monarch Dark Time in the true monarch palace. Not long after, true monarch Dark Time died. Therefore, everyone thought that true monarch Wine Sword and true monarch Wu De had some kind of connection. So be it, it didn't take long anyway, Jiang Xi said. Haha, you've changed your identity twice and each time, you've caused a big commotion. Undying Taoist, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, and now true monarch Wu De. I'm wondering if you'll be a Tao Lord or something the next time you change your identity, true monarch Wine Sword joked. This. I can't be sure. Jiang Xi pretended to be deep in thought. Ha, you're really that confident? True monarch Wine Sword glared. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't say anything. Because with the speed of his strength improvement, it was really hard to say. He now had the combat strength of a rank 5 true monarch. If he waited until the 7th move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Great Tao Scroll was created, he might have the combat strength of a Tao Lord. By the way, Master, do you still have news of true monarch Luo Suo? Jiang Xi asked. No. True Monarch Wine Sword shook his head. The ancient immortal world has only been open for more than 1,000 years. Many of the true monarchs of the various races aren't ready to enter. Master, if you find her, you can let me know. Jiang Xi didn't directly say that he would help, but he expressed his intention. True Monarch Wine Sword smiled. Don't worry. If I really can't handle it, I'll let you know. There was no need for formalities between the master and disciple, and there was indeed such a risk. True Monarch Wine Sword had been in the ancient Tao origin world for 50,000 years, but 1.8 million years had passed in the original universe. It was very likely that true Monarch Luo Sua's strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this time. Next, the two of them changed the topic and drank while discussing the Tao. Suddenly, true Monarch Wine Sword's expression changed. Master, what's wrong? Jiang Xi's expression also became serious. I seem to have run into trouble. True Monarch Wine Sword frowned. Where's Master's main body? Jiang Xi asked. That's right. True Monarch Wine Sword said in a low voice, my main body found a supreme treasure that's about to appear in the ancient immortal world. From the aura it emits, it's very likely to be a third-stage supreme treasure. I'll go to the ancient immortal world immediately. Jiang Xi did not hesitate and directly stood up. Third-stage supreme treasures were also extremely precious. Some Tao lords in the original universe still used supreme treasures of this grade. But once a third-stage supreme treasure appeared, it would definitely cause a large-scale chaotic battle in the ancient immortal world. In other words, true Monarch Wine Sword's main body was now in danger. No, it's too dangerous. Once you enter the ancient immortal world, you'll definitely be surrounded and hunted by rank 5 true monarchs of the demon and ghost races. True Monarch Wine Sword shook his head. I'll observe the situation. At most, I'll give up on this supreme treasure. How can I give up on an opportunity that's already in my hands? Jiang Xi smiled. Master, don't worry. I'll enter the ancient immortal world with a different identity. I guarantee that I won't be discovered by the other races. Then, be careful. True Monarch Wine Sword said hesitantly. Jiang Xi nodded and flew away from Earth. He rushed to the nearest passage to the ancient immortal world through the interstellar teleportation formation. True Monarch Wine Sword looked at Jiang Xi's back with a complicated expression. The day had finally come when he needed the help of his disciple. Because his main body's current situation was indeed very dangerous. Even if he wanted to give up on the supreme treasure that was about to appear, it would be very difficult for him to leave. There was about to be a chaotic battle there. Chapter 570. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 1024. As soon as Jiang Xi passed through the vortex and entered the planet, he sensed a murderous aura, as if a war was about to break out. There. He looked into the distance. Even without True Lord Wine Sword pointing out the location, he could feel the turbulent aura coming from that direction. That was the aura of many perfected cultivators gathered together, so it was exceptionally powerful. Even if it was tens of millions of kilometers away, he could still sense it clearly. Then, Jiang Xi took a deep breath and flew straight in that direction. Although this trip might expose his identity and put him in danger of being surrounded, he was not afraid at all. That was his master, the master who had helped him many times when he was in danger. Since he became his disciple, True Lord Wine Sword had been helping him and spared no effort in providing help. Now that True Lord Wine Sword was in danger, since he had the strength to help his master, there was no reason for him to retreat. 30 years have passed. Although I've only refined the 6th mountain to the 5th level, the defensive power of the armor is not a threat to me even if it's a rank 5 True Lord. With this defense alone, I'm already in an invincible position. Jiang Xi was very confident. This was where his confidence came from. At that time, even if he could not use the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra and self-made heaven and earth, he had nothing to be afraid of. This time, my name is Perfected Cultivator Wu Di. Let's see if I can become invincible. Riverward's speed was extremely fast, turning into a green phantom. Close to 200,000 kilometers per second, at most 3 minutes, he could reach the place where true Lord Wine Sword found the supreme treasure. At this time, more than 30 million kilometers away. True Lord Wine Sword's original body was no longer carefree and unrestrained. He looked very serious, and the sharp sword intent was ready but not released. In addition to him, there were 2 other human perfected cultivators who were facing more and more foreign perfected cultivators. Behind them, half of the sword was already out of the ground. This was a sword type rank 3 supreme treasure. And the 3 of them were led by true Lord Wine Sword because he was the strongest. Although the other 2 were also rank 3 true monarchs, Wine Sword True Monarch was a sword Dao cultivator. His actual combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary rank 4 true monarch. True Monarch Liquor Sword said to the 2 human true monarchs, if you see that the situation is not good, break out first. Don't worry about me. Zhongli, what nonsense are you talking about? You and I are both human experts. How can we abandon our companions? That's right. Don't say such things anymore. The other 2 supremes were not afraid at all. Wine Sword True Monarch felt warmth in his heart. Don't worry, I have already invited a rank 5 true monarch. Rank 5 true monarch? Who was it? Could it be that you invited that mysterious supreme Wuda? The experts of the Perfected Lord Palace all believed that there was some kind of connection between Perfected Lord Winesword and Perfected Lord Wuda. True Monarch Wudi. True Monarch Winesword said hesitantly. The 2 rank 3 true lords of the human race were stunned. Invincible true monarch? There didn't seem to be any perfected lords in the human race who could be called invincible. This D is not an enemy. True Monarch Wine Sword revealed the truth. Not long ago, when Jiang Xi told him of his new identity, he did not react either. That was a bold title. Rank 5 True Monarch. That's good too. We will wait for an opportunity. The 2 human true monarchs did not insist and agreed to the plan to break out at any time. As the 3 of them conversed, another 7 perfected lords of other races were attracted by the aura of the utmost treasure. There were more than 30 perfected lords of other races gathered here. However, none of the perfected lords of other races attacked immediately. It was not because they were wary of True Monarch Wine Sword and the other 2. Instead, they were worried that a large-scale battle would break out the moment they attacked. By then, none of them would have the confidence of surviving the battle. Perfected Lord Wine Sword of the human race, you are merely a rank 3 true monarch and you want to defend this utmost treasure? Hurry and retreat. A rank 4 true monarch from the top AO race hollered. He was the strongest among the perfected lords of other races who had arrived. Whether or not I can defend it is not up to you. Fists and swords do. Perfected Lord Wine Sword sneered. If you want to fight, let's fight. Fight? We humans have never been afraid of anyone. Another human true monarch waved the saber in his hand and was filled with battle intent. The 30-odd perfected lords of other races looked at each other and hesitated. Swoosh, swoosh, another 2 figures with monstrous ghostly chi flew over from afar. They were 2 rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race. As perfected lords of peak races with such strength, they had nothing to fear. Ha! A rank 3 utmost treasure of the sword type belongs to me, Perfected Lord Spirit Grudge. Perfected Lord Spirit Grudge laughed loudly with a rank 1 utmost treasure in his hand. It was obvious that he was also a sword Dao cultivator and was even stronger. Spirit Grudge, I helped you get the utmost treasure this time. Next time, you have to help me get an utmost treasure that suits me, the other rank 4 true monarch of the ghost race said with a smile. Sure, sure. Perfected Lord Spirit Grudge laughed. The two experts of the ghost race chatted and laughed as if there was no one else around. They already regarded the utmost treasure of the sword race as theirs. Then, Perfected Lord's spirit grudge's smile disappeared. The dense ghostly chi turned into all sorts of vengeful spirits that bared their fangs and claws. He pointed his sword at all the Perfected Lords present and said coldly, "You and I will work together and wipe them out." Kill. The other rank 4 true monarch of the ghost race also shouted coldly. They're too arrogant. So what if they're a peak race? I don't believe that we can't defeat the two of them with so many Perfected Lords. Kill. 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 The 30-odd Perfected Lords of other races were enraged. At this moment, more than a dozen Perfected Lords from other races arrived one after another. A great battle was about to break out. The two of you, do as I said. If the situation turns bad, break out immediately. Perfected Lord Wine's sword instructed once more. Understood. However, we'll have to fight a battle first. The auras of the two human Perfected Lords rose. The moment they said that. Boom. Boom. A great battle broke out. The two rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race used their dense ghostly chi to create a ghost prison. Heaven and earth darkened and all the Perfected Lords present were trapped within. The ghost prison was like a swamp. The speed of the weaker Perfected Lords was greatly reduced. Whoosh, Perfected Lord's spirit grudge, who also cultivated the sword Tao, waved his hand and slashed out. A blue sword light shot out and killed a rank 2 true monarch of a foreign race. Blood was seen. The pressure on Perfected Lord Wine's sword and the other two who were guarding the supreme treasure and at the center of the chaotic battle increased greatly. Retreat for now. Perfected Lord Wine's sword shouted. He was not weak and had the battle strength of a rank 4 true monarch. He also slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was like a river of stars that repelled the incoming Perfected Lord. The other two human Perfected Lords were also using all sorts of mystic techniques to deal with the enemies around them. After hearing Perfected Lord Wine's sword's command, they quickly moved away from the center. Temporarily retreating did not mean giving up. If they stayed in front of the supreme treasure, they would face more attacks. Boom! There were two main battlefields in the chaotic battle. On one side, two rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race were suppressing more than 20 Perfected Lords of other races. On the other side, there was a battle for the rank 3 supreme treasure. More than a dozen Perfected Lords of other races were fighting each other regardless of camp. Because the rank 3 supreme treasure could appear at any time, everyone wanted to get closer to it. What if they got lucky and were the first to touch the supreme treasure? Even if they could not immediately refine it, just the strength of the rank 3 supreme treasure could greatly increase their strength. They might even be able to break out of the encirclement. If they succeeded, this rank 3 supreme treasure would be enough to make them jump from ordinary Perfected Lords to peak Perfected Lords. At this time, more and more Perfected Lords were participating in the chaotic battle. They were constantly attracted by the aura of the rank 3 supreme treasure. Although some of them were scared off by the scale of the battle, there were still many Perfected Lords who were not afraid of death and joined the battle. The battle became more and more fierce, and all kinds of powerful mystic techniques collided and reverberated in this world. Saber light and sword light filled the sky, and palm prints and fist shadows swept up shocking astral winds. Just the aftermath alone could easily kill a 9th tribulation transcender. Mine, the rank 3 supreme treasure is mine. A rank 2 true monarch seemed to have gone crazy. Because he was in the ghost prison and faced with great temptation, he directly lost his mind and could not recognize his own strength. He punched a rank 3 true monarch. However, he was cut down to the ground by the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan next to him. Then, the other 10 or so true monarchs took the opportunity to attack the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan. All kinds of tyrannical mystic techniques mixed together, dazzling and dazzling. It was as if a star was created out of thin air and smashed on the body of the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan. Puff, even the rank 4 true monarch vomited blood. Terrifying wounds split open on his body, and blood that contained great power spilled all over the sky. But he was a rank 4 true monarch, after all. The imperishable substance and immortal energy in his body quickly circulated, and those terrifying wounds were instantly healed. Rank 3 true monarchs were too difficult to kill because they had enough imperishable substance in their body. Unless they encountered a destructive attack, they would have a chance to quickly recover from their injuries. If they could not find him, they would slowly search for him. The reason why true monarch Nether Ming was so serious and even took the initiative to join this hunting mission was to avenge his son, Gu Jiong. In the eyes of many ghost race immortal experts, Gu Jiong was extremely lucky and successfully reincarnated in the Great Bone Sea, thus obtaining the Golden Yiksha bloodline and becoming true monarch Nether Ming's child. But that was not the case. Only a small number of ghost race higher-ups knew that countless eras ago, Gu Jiong was true monarch Nether Ming's child, but he died later on 30,000 years ago. True monarch Nether Ming finally found a wisp of his child's remnant soul among countless ghost race immortal experts. Then, he used this wisp of remnant soul to reincarnate Gu Jiong in the Great Bone Sea. It could be said that Gu Jiong was his closest bloodline. Jiong-er's last wisp of remnant soul has also passed away, true monarch Wu De. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, you must die. True monarch Nether Ming's heart was filled with killing intent. He held great authority in the ghost race and was the #1 expert below the Tao monarch of the ghost race. He had great prestige. Therefore, the ghost race's true monarchs were willing to listen to his orders and continue searching for traces of true monarch Wu De in the ancient immortal world. At the same time, true monarch Nether Ming also listed true monarch Wine Sword as a target. This was because he had found out that this new rank 3 sword Tao true monarch of the human race had some kind of connection with true monarch Wu De. Through true monarch Wine Sword, he might be able to find true monarch Wu De. Soon, the news of a rank 3 supreme treasure appearing on planet 1925 of the ancient immortal world and that true monarch Wine Sword had appeared to fight for the treasure reached true monarch Nether Ming. The news came from true monarch Spirit Grudge. True monarch Wine Sword is in a life and death situation, that true monarch Wu De might appear. True monarch Nether Ming's eyes flashed fiercely as he changed direction and flew toward planet 1024. Even if the possibility was small, he would not let go of any chance. The battle for the rank 3 supreme treasure was getting more and more intense. More than 100 true monarchs of various races fought with no regard for their own lives. In just 2 or 3 minutes, nearly 20 true monarchs had already died. Even if the weaker true monarchs had the imperishable substance, they would not be able to survive in such a battle. Of course, those rank 3 true monarchs and above were also in danger of dying. Some rank 3 true monarchs had already started to die. More and more true monarchs joined the battle. This time, the appearance of the supreme treasure caused quite a commotion. The aura of the supreme treasure had spread far and wide and had yet to calm down. Under such circumstances, true monarch Wine Sword felt that the situation was getting worse. This was because every time the 3 of them wanted to break out of the encirclement, the 2 rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race and the other true monarchs of the ghost race would attack and force them back, preventing them from escaping the battle. They seemed to be targeted. Zhongli, I have less than half of my imperishable substance left. Me too. The 2 rank 3 true monarchs of the human race with true monarch Wine Sword had grave expressions. After using up the imperishable substance, it would take some time to recover. If they continued to be entangled like this, it was very likely that they would be exhausted to death here. True monarch Wine Sword took a deep breath. Soon, it will be here soon. In fact, his imperishable substance was already close to the danger line. Swoosh, 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 at this moment, more than 10 powerful figures rushed over from afar. The perfected monarchs of the demon race had also arrived. The leader was a rank 4 true monarch of the demon race who was more than 4,000 meters long. He had the head of a bull and the body of a human. He had 2 hideous black horns that flashed with lightning. This was the rank 4 true monarch of the bull demon race, true monarch Ping Shan of the demon race. Like true monarch Jian Kong, he was an ancient existence. How can the demon race miss out on such a great battle? True monarch Ping Shan was like a fiend god as he directly jumped into the battlefield from the sky. At the same time, he spat out lightning and flames that swept through the area. Thus, the battle became even more intense. The 16 human perfected monarchs who could have broken out of the encirclement were once again involved in the chaos. At this moment, the human experts realized that true monarch Wine's sword, who had been very calm all this time, had suddenly gone crazy. Perfected monarch Luo Suo. True monarch Wine's sword's eyes were bloodshot as his surging sword intent exploded. His gaze was fixed on a gigantic beast that was more than 3,000 meters long. It looked like a lion but had 4 eyes. Each of its eyes contained a terrifying dark light. It was the rank 3 true monarch of the demon race, true monarch Luo Suo. Seeing this terrifying gigantic beast, the painful memories that had been lingering in true monarch Wine's sword's mind for more than 50,000 years became clearer than ever. The hatred in his heart was also unprecedentedly intense. Back then, he and his Tao partner, Sword Immortal Hibiscus, were traveling in the original universe when they suddenly encountered true monarch Luo Suo, who was only at rank 2 at that time. The two of them joined forces and severely injured the other party. But in the end, Sword Immortal Hibiscus unfortunately died in order to block true monarch Luo Suo's fatal blow for him. This was the pain in true monarch Wine's sword's heart. He had not forgotten it for more than 50,000 years. Even after reversing life and death 3 times, he could not erase this memory. Now, he finally saw his old enemy. Kill! True monarch Wine's sword roared furiously. Tens of thousands of sword Tao green lotuses appeared around him. Then, sword lights like a long river raged in this space, forming a sword world. All the sword lights locked onto true monarch Luo Suo and shot towards him. That little fellow from back then. True monarch Luo Suo's 4 eyes were filled with disdain. He directly opened his bloody mouth and spat out a terrifying black light pillar as if he wanted to annihilate everything. Buzz! The sword light and the black light pillar collided with a loud bang. A terrifying energy spread out. It was close to rank 5 true monarch level. Then, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Sword light and black light intertwined continuously, as if drawing a strange blood-colored picture. In terms of strength, the two sides were now evenly matched. True monarch Wine's sword used his sword Tao and had the battle strength of an ordinary rank for true monarch. True monarch Luo Suo was a special life form in the universe. His bloodline was powerful and he also had the battle strength of an ordinary rank for true monarch. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. But their battle made the situation even more chaotic. Because the dozen or so true monarchs of the human race had stopped breaking out of the encirclement and took the initiative to join this chaotic battle, however, the other true monarchs of the human race were not dissatisfied with true monarch Wine's sword's sudden madness. Because when the ancient immortal world opened, true monarch Wine's sword had asked many true monarchs of the human race to help keep an eye on true monarch Luo Suo's whereabouts. Everyone knew the grudge between the two sides. This grudge had to be avenged. Therefore, the human true monarchs led by true monarch Jian Kong all attacked with all their might to help true monarch Wine's sword eliminate the foreign race true monarchs who were trying to interfere with the battle. To ensure that true monarch Wine's sword could kill his enemies with his own hands. But with the arrival of the demon race true monarchs, the battle for the rank 3 supreme treasure had entered a white-hot stage. Those who were weaker than rank 3 true monarchs would die if they were careless. In the chaotic battle, even rank 4 true monarchs could be in danger at any time. It was very difficult for true monarch Wine's sword to complete his revenge under such circumstances. In a battle between true monarchs, thousands of collisions could occur in a second. Although it sounded long, only 3 minutes had passed since the battle began. Riverward sped all the way and finally arrived. Whoosh! A green phantom flashed over at a speed of close to 200,000 kilometers per second, shocking all the true monarchs who were fighting. Because this was the speed of a rank 5 true monarch. The foreign race true monarchs were all shocked. A rank 5 true monarch of the human race had arrived. Was it true monarch 6 virtuous? True monarch 10,000 poisons? Or true monarch Huayan? Then, when the cyan phantom flew closer, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Everyone realized that it was not the case. It was a white-haired youth with a black sword on his back. He stood proudly in the air and scanned the battlefield with his sharp eyes. My name is True Monarch Wudi. Gasp! The true monarchs of the various races present all gasped, their faces full of shock and even some fear. Invincible? In the entire universe, there was no true monarch who could be called an invincible true monarch. If perfected Lord Jiankong wanted to resolve the knot in his heart, the only way was to take revenge with his own hands. Then I'll help Master sweep away the surrounding obstacles and help Master from the side. Riverward made his decision. Then, he turned into a green phantom and disappeared in the air. His action shocked all the perfected lords present. Apart from the humans, all the other perfected lords were shocked. Whoosh! The green phantom flashed in the chaos with a black sword light. Chi! The black sword light passed through the body of a perfected lord of the demon race. This originally ferocious fellow only had time to look terrified before he was annihilated. Chi! The black sword light didn't stop. It passed through the body of another perfected lord and killed him instantly. Poof! Then, the black sword light swept through and killed more than 10 perfected lords. Too fast. The Grade 4 Utmost Treasure, Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, had a unique armor-piercing effect and easily broke through the defenses of those perfected lords. The perfected lords of the various races who were in the chaos had no way of resisting and were killed by Jiang Xi easily. In just 3 seconds, close to 20 perfected lords of the other races were killed in body and spirit. Run! A perfected lord of the ghost race was scared out of his wits. He was no longer as crazy and domineering as he was in the chaotic battle earlier on. At this moment, his life was the most important. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Xi had no intention of letting those of the other races off. Those were all experience points. The weakest of the perfected lords of the other races involved in this chaotic battle was a perfected lord. Killing them would give him 20 billion experience points. Swoosh! Jiang Xi didn't use the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. He used an ordinary Sword Dao secret skill. However, he could kill those perfected lords of the other races easily with the power of a Grade 4 Utmost Treasure. It wasn't just his attack power. After fusing with the sword, his speed reached the level of a perfected lord as well. None of the perfected lords of the other races present could match up to Jiang Xi in terms of speed. Therefore, the perfected lords of the other races fell one after another. That's a perfected lord of the 5th rank. One down with a single slash. How terrifying! With such strength, he's not much different from a truly invincible perfected lord. Perfected Lord Wu Di must be an old monster that has lived in seclusion for countless eras. The perfected lords of the human race were all shocked. Among the thousands of races in the universe, there were similarly few perfected lords of the 5th rank. Even the 3 peak races did not have many of them. Therefore, it was rare to see experts of the 5th rank perfected lord level fighting normally. This was the first time many of them were witnessing such a scene. Of course, despite their shock, they did not stop fighting. Earlier on, the perfected lords of the other races were besieged. Now, It was their turn to intercept the perfected lords of the other races who wanted to escape. With the help of the perfected lords of the human race, riverwards pursuit became even simpler and easier. At the same time, perfected Lord Luo Soa of the demon race who was fighting against perfected Lord Wine's sword was already panicking at the sight of such a massacre. Right now, he had no intention of continuing the battle and merely wanted to escape as soon as possible. If he dared to be so distracted in a life and death battle, it would naturally affect his strength. Initially, his strength was similar to that of perfected Lord Wine's sword and it was difficult to determine the victor. But now, perfected Lord Luo Soa was gradually at a disadvantage and was suppressed by perfected Lord Wine's sword. Kill! Perfected Lord Wine's sword hollered and fought in a frenzied manner without any regard for his life. He seized the opportunity and severed one of perfected Lord Luo Soa's front hooves, reducing the latter's strength greatly. Thereafter, streaks of sword lights wreaked havoc and depleted the imperishable substance within perfected Lord Luo Soa's body. Back then, you infiltrated the territory of the human race and killed my Tao companion. Today, I'll slay your indestructible body to avenge Farong. Perfected Lord Wine's sword's usual carefree demeanor was nowhere to be seen. A sword accompanied by green lotuses of sword Tao descended suddenly. The imperishable substance within perfected Lord Luo Soa's body was already depleted and he no longer had any strength to resist. Roar! He roared indignantly. Swoosh! The massive four-eyed head was severed to the ground. Perfected Lord Wine's sword looked at his enemy that was killed by him with a sorrowful expression and his heart was filled with longing for his Tao companion. At this point, the direction of the chaotic battle had completely changed. Jiang Xi went to reap the lives of the perfected lords of the other races as if he was cutting vegetables. More than 10 human perfected lords guarded the periphery and stopped the perfected lords of the other races who wanted to break through. Soon, 1/3 of the 100 or so perfected lords of the other races were gone. Even the rank 4 perfected lords were terrified and had no intention of fighting against the rank 5 perfected lords. Hang in there, Lord Netherworld is coming. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance of the Ghost Race said, but his face was filled with anxiety. Everyone, let's work together to stop this calamity first. Perfected Lord Ping Shan of the Bull Demon Race also shouted anxiously. There were still 4 rank 4 perfected lords left. 2 from the Ghost Race, 1 from the Demon Race and 1 from the Top AO Race. With them as the leaders, the remaining perfected lords of the other races wanted to work together to fight against Jiang Xi. However, they underestimated Jiang Xi's speed and overestimated the cooperation between the other races. They were not of the same race and were running for their lives. How could they organize an effective resistance? They had just gained some momentum when Jiang Xi destroyed their formation. Let's kill these big fishes first. Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto the 4 rank 4 perfected lords. He had also heard perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's words. Perfected Lord Netherworld was coming. This rank 5 perfected lord of the ghost race was not easy to deal with. In fact, in terms of strength, perfected Lord Netherworld was the one who was truly close to being an invincible perfected lord. With that thought, Jiang Xi attacked perfected Lord Spirit Grievance with his sword like lightning. No one present could dodge such an attack at such an extreme speed. Block! Block! Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's face was hideous. The ghost chi around him was like vengeful spirits baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He was making a final struggle. His sword was accompanied by eerie ghost chi as he used a powerful secret technique to attack Jiang Xi. However, the sword in his hand was only a grade 1 supreme treasure and was far inferior to the abyss-devouring divine sword. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance was also aware of this, which was why he was in despair. But the next moment, he was furious. Human, you're too arrogant. That was because he realized that this human who dared to call himself perfected Lord Wu Di did not have any thoughts of defense and completely ignored his sword path secret technique. Such an act of contempt was a form of humiliation for a rank 4 perfected lord. How dare you ignore my attack? Let's see how tough you are. Perfected Lord's spirit grievance roared as ghost chi surged around him. Chi. Jiang Xi was very calm. Under his extreme speed, the abyss-devouring divine sword was even faster than Perfected Lord's spirit grievance's sword and pierced into the eerie head of that eerie ghost chi. 30% of the imperishable substance in Perfected Lord's spirit grievance's body was instantly destroyed. 30%. Perfected Lord's spirit grievance was in despair. The other party only needed 3 moves to kill him. However, he felt a trace of joy at this moment. He was confident that this arrogant rank 5 perfected lord of the human race would suffer under his sword. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Perfected Lord's spirit grievance's sword was a little slower and only arrived in front of Jiang Xi now. The sword, which was only a rank 1 supreme treasure, collided with Jiang Xi's black battle armor. Clang! A loud sound resounded on the battlefield, reverberating through heaven and earth. At the same time, it was accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. However, Jiang Xi was unmoved in the center of the storm, and his aura did not change at all. The rank 4 Perfected Lord's spirit grievance's sword did not cause any damage to him. Perfected Lord's spirit grievance was stunned. That was his full-strength attack. Moreover, the sword path secret technique he used was a peak secret technique that had just stepped into the threshold of peak. However, this sword had no effect at all. What kind of defense is this? Supreme treasure, it's at least a rank 3 defensive supreme treasure. Perfected Lord's spirit grievance reacted. However, what welcomed him were 3 consecutive sword lights. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Both sides were very close, and before Perfected Lord's spirit grievance could react, the imperishable substance in his body was annihilated, and his body and soul were destroyed. Ha! Do you think my rank 6 mountain armor is just for decoration? Jiang Xi easily flashed away and attacked that rank 4 Perfected Lord from the Ao clan. Although it took a long time to describe, it only took him a second to kill Perfected Lord's spirit grievance. The Ao clan rank 4 Perfected Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately gave up on the idea of joining forces to fight back. He wanted to escape, but was held back by Perfected Lord Sword Kong. I'm not of the ghost race nor the demon race, please spare my life. The Ao clan rank 4 Perfected Lord saw Jiang Xi attacking him and hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't let him go. When we broke out with Zhongli just now, he was the most ruthless one. A human Perfected Lord who was traveling with Perfected Lord Wine Sword shouted, "You're courting death." Jiang Xi's expression turned cold. The Ao clan rank 4 Perfected Lord felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He never thought that a moment of carelessness would lead to such a huge calamity. Then, no matter how he begged or resisted, Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He swung the abyss-devouring divine sword continuously and killed another rank 4 Perfected Lord at an even faster speed. After 2 rank 4 Perfected Lords died on the spot, the remaining Perfected Lords of other races no longer had the will to resist. They were only left with despair. In just 1 minute, the 134 Perfected Lords of other races who were attracted by the rank 3 Supreme Treasure all died, becoming Jiang Xi's experience points and spoils of war. After killing a Perfected Lord, each of them would give at least 10 billion experience points. These 134 Perfected Lords gave Riverward a total of 4 trillion experience points. In addition, there were all kinds of immortal artifacts and magic treasures scattered on the battlefield, as well as a small number of rank 1 and rank 2 supreme treasures left behind by the fallen Perfected Lords. Of course, the most precious item was the rank 3 sword-type supreme treasure that had appeared. In a flash, Jiang Xi pulled the sword out from the ground. It was a scarlet sword that gave off a frightening scorching aura. The dozens of human Perfected Lords looked at the scarlet sword with temptations. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Perfected Lord Wu Di walked up to Perfected Lord Wine Sword. Perfected Lord Wine Sword was the one who discovered this supreme treasure first. I don't think anyone will object to me handing it over to you, right? Jiang Xi looked around. Haha, that's only right. We're here to help. Now that we've obtained the supreme treasure, it's only natural that we give it to Zhongli. The group of human perfected lords laughed. Although they were tempted, they knew that perfected Lord Wu Di was the one who fought this battle himself. It was perfected Lord Wu Di's right to decide how to deal with the supreme treasure. Perfected Lord Wine's sword cupped his fists towards everyone. Now that he had taken his revenge, the knot in his heart was gone and he returned to his carefree self. After that, he accepted the scarlet sword generously. Throughout the entire process, perfected Lord Sword Kong was the only one who glanced at Jiang Xi. There were rumors in the perfected Lord Hall that there was some sort of connection between perfected Lord Wine's sword and the mysterious perfected Lord Wuda. As for perfected Lord Wuda, he was as mysterious as perfected Lord Wuda and had never seen him before. In terms of strength, he could kill rank 4 perfected lords with ease. Could this perfected Lord Wuda be perfected Lord Wuda? Perfected Lord Sword Kong guessed. Jiang Xi sensed perfected Lord Sword Kong's gaze and did not care if the other party guessed his identity. He smiled. Everyone, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Leave the supreme treasure for me and distribute the rest among yourselves. That perfected Lord of the Ghost Race has already said that perfected Lord Nether Ming is about to arrive. Therefore, we have to leave this place immediately. The moment he said that, the human perfected lords hurriedly got to work and their smiles widened. Everyone was on good terms with perfected Lord Wine's sword and came to help out on account of their relationship as humans. They did not expect anything in return. However, they were naturally happy that there were still spoils of war for them to take. The wealth of more than 100 perfected lords of other races was not low. If they split it among the dozen of them, they would definitely be able to get a huge sum of wealth. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up and everyone flew away with Jiang Xi in the lead. However, they didn't fly for long before they sensed 4 powerful auras coming from behind them. They were approaching them at an extremely fast speed. They quickly determined the speed of the 4 auras, each of them was over 200,000 kilometers per second. For rank 5 perfected lords. Jiang Xi frowned. The expressions of perfected Lord Wine's sword, perfected Lord Sword Kong and more than 10 human perfected lords changed. With the difference in speed, the other party would definitely catch up if they continued chasing like this. At that time, they would be the ones to be slaughtered the moment they fought. That was because they only had 1 rank 5 perfected lord on their side while there were 4 rank 5 perfected lords chasing after them. While everyone was fleeing, they were also communicating with each other. Why are there so many rank 5 perfected lords? Someone could not understand. We are more than 10 million kilometers away from the nearest whirlpool passage. We can't escape. A human perfected lord sighed. Let's fight to the death. Someone else said solemnly, I've already asked for help from the other rank 5 perfected lords in the perfected lord palace. I hope they can rush over. Perfected Lord Sword Kong's expression was solemn. He knew that there was little hope. Jiang Xi frowned. When he heard perfected Lord Spirit Grudge of the Ghost Race say that perfected Lord Nether Ming was about to arrive, he felt that something was amiss. Now that 4 rank 5 perfected lords had appeared, his intuition told him that they were coming for him. Otherwise, it could not be so coincidental. Even among the 3 peak races, there were very few rank 5 perfected lords. It was very difficult to gather 4 of them at once. They guessed that perfected Lord Wine's sword and perfected Lord Wuda have some kind of connection, so they have been watching Master Wine's sword for a long time. Jiang Xi deduced. True Lord Winesword also frowned and looked worriedly at Riverward, who was flying at high speed ahead. Obviously, he had also thought of the reason. Perfected Lord Wu Di, you are the fastest. You don't have to stay with us, you can leave first. Perfected Lord Winesword said solemnly. That's right, perfected Lord Wu Di. With your speed, you can completely shake off the pursuit. Perfected Lord Sword Kong also agreed. Although the other perfected lords were hesitant, they also agreed to persuade him. Jiang Xi said with a smile on his face, "How can I let everyone stay behind to die? You all saw just now that my defense is very strong. With my defense, even 4 rank 5 perfected lords will find it hard to keep me here. So I should stay behind. This way, everyone will have a chance to leave alive. Don't follow me. To be honest, in a rank 5 perfected lord battle, you will drag me down instead." After speaking, he did not give them a chance to think. He directly turned around and took the initiative to meet the 4 powerful auras. Wu Di. Perfected Lord Wine Sword's expression changed. But Jiang Xi's speed was too fast. In an instant, he could not be seen. Perfected Lord Sword Kong and the rest looked at each other. Finally, Perfected Lord Sword Kong said with a bitter tone, "Perfected Lord Wu Di is right. If we stay behind, we will only be sending ourselves to death. We will also drag him down." In the battle just now, they had already seen the strength of a rank 5 perfected lord. Rank 3 perfected lords and below could be killed with 1 sword, even rank 4 perfected lords could be killed with a few more swords. Everyone decided to leave. Only Perfected Lord Wine Sword looked worriedly in the direction Jiang Xi left. Perfected Lord Sword Kong sighed. This scene made him even more certain of Perfected Lord Wu Di's true identity. He was undoubtedly Perfected Lord Wu Di. "Let's go, I believe he can survive." Perfected Lord Sword Kong patted Perfected Lord Wine Sword's shoulder. Since he guessed that the other party was coming for him, and with his master Perfected Lord Wine Sword here, Jiang Xi could not let his human companions stay behind to die. "Of course, I am not here to die." Jiang Xi was indeed very confident in his defense. His new treasure, 6-layered mountain, was a rank 5 armor treasure. There were only a few armor treasures of this grade in the entire universe. Now that he had refined it to the 5th level, with the defense of the armor, rank 5 perfected lord experts could hardly pose a threat to him. In terms of attack power, he had the rank 4 treasure, Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, and was not afraid of rank 5 perfected lords. Because they were flying towards each other, in just a moment, he and the 4 powerful auras entered the visual range of the eye. Both parties could see each other with just their eyes. It is indeed Perfected Lord Netherming. Jiang Xi's gaze was cold. In the distance, there were 4 terrifying figures with monstrous ghost auras. The one in the lead had silver skin, golden hair, and pupils. The ghost aura on his body had already condensed into battle armor, and there were ghost pagodas with eerie blue ghost flames circling around him. It was Perfected Lord Netherming, known as the #1 expert of the ghost race below Dao Lord. Jiang Xi instantly recognized the identities of the other 3 members of the ghost race. They were Perfected Lord Xian Luo of the Silver Yiksha race, Perfected Lord Jiu Ling and Perfected Lord Mo Xia of the Rakshasa race. These 4 experts of the ghost race, except for Perfected Lord Xian Luo, who has been roaming the ancient immortal world for a long time, the other 3 have only entered the ancient immortal world in the past 30 years. Jiang Xi confirmed his guess. The other party was coming for him. Whoosh whoosh, the distance between them was less than 500,000 kilometers, and they would come into contact in the next second. Perfected Lord Wu Di. Perfected Lord Netherming stared at the human youth, his golden pupils emitting golden light. He had been in contact with Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's clone. Just now, before Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance died, he had told him about the battle between him and Perfected Lord Wu Di. Therefore, Perfected Lord Netherming had a preliminary understanding of this mysterious rank 5 Perfected Lord of the human race. Chapter 572. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Perfected Lord Wu Di, Perfected Lord Wu Di, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, no matter who you are, you will die here today. When they were only 100,000 kilometers apart, perfected Lord Nether Ming let out a deafening roar and shouted 3 names. The 100,000 nether ghost pagodas around him burst forth with blue ghost fire. Instantly, the space within 100,000 kilometers turned into a nether ghost prison. Ghost chi rumbled as ghost fire spirits walked out of the void one after another. There were a total of 100 of them, and each of them emitted the aura of a rank 5 true lord. Perfected Lord Nether Ming was the creator of the Nether Ghost Prison. Naturally, what he used was the real Nether Ghost Prison and not the simple version that Jiang Xi encountered in the extraterritorial battlefield. The real Nether Ghost Prison could not only limit the speed of a rank 5 true lord, but the 100 ghost fire spirits had the strength to kill a rank 5 true lord. Furthermore, the boundless ghost chi of the Nether Ghost Prison could amplify the attack power of a ghost race expert. This was the main reason why perfected Lord Nether Ming could become the #1 expert of the ghost race below Dao Lords. Jiang Xi's expression was solemn and did not relax at all. When the Nether Ghost Prison descended, he made his move immediately. He used his peak mystic technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, instantly. 6 gigantic sword lights circled around his body, causing his aura to increase explosively. He did not hide his identity anymore. That was because perfected Lord Nether Ming's roar meant that the other party had already identified him as perfected Lord Wuda and Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Even if he continued to deny it, it would not change anything. He might as well go all out and fight. I knew it. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Perfected Lord Nether Ming was even more enraged when he saw this. He looked up to the sky and roared, "You killed my son. Today, I will destroy your body and destroy your soul. I will scatter your soul so that you will never be reincarnated." Following his roar, 105th Revolution True Monarch Level Willow, the Wisp Jin simultaneously condensed white bone spears with astonishing might and threw them at Riverward. Jiu Ling, Xian Luo, Mo Sua, attack together and kill this person. Perfected Lord Nether Ming ordered the other 3 rank 5 true lords of the ghost race were also in the Nether Ghost Prison. They looked at each other in shock because they had not seen Lord Nether Ming go all out for a long time. This meant that perfected Lord Nether Ming was truly angry. They did not dare to disobey Lord Nether Ming. Whoosh! After the 100 ghost fire jinn threw out their white bone spears, they opened up a path with a loud bang. The 3 ghost race rank 5 true monarchs followed closely behind and attacked Riverward together. Lord Nether Lord was Nether Hell was Lord Nether Lord was Nether Ming. This old ghost is indeed not easy to deal with. Riverward took a deep breath. Lords is Ming, Lord Nether Ming Lord level Lord is Lord Ming. With 105th Transformation True Monarchs and 4 veteran 5th Transformation True Monarchs working together, even a truly invincible True Monarch would have to think twice before facing them. Evade for now. Riverward rode on his sword light and dodged with extreme agility. However, there were a total of 100 white bone spears. They were all at the rank 5 true lord level. No matter how fast he was, some of the white bone spears landed on his body. Clang! 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 The white bone spears exploded when they hit Lord Ming's 6 mountain armor. Just 1 or 2 spears would not cause any harm to Jiang Xi. When there were enough white bone spears, more than 20 of them hit him. The aftershock of the collision finally injured his body. However, this was only a minor injury. Moreover, he was a Dao integration cultivator. This injury was healed in an instant. What a strong defense! Perfected Lord Jiuling and the other rank 5 true lords were shocked. Even if they were hit by 20 or 30 white bone spears, they would not be able to remain calm. Even they did not dare to take those white bone spears head-on. Just as perfected Lord Spirit Grievance said, this human has at least a rank 3 armor treasure. Perfected Lord Jiuling was envious. Perfected Lord Xian Luo sneered. No matter how strong his defense is, he can't withstand our combined attack. Perfected Lord Mo Su was confident. There is a limit to the defense of an armor treasure. Break it. As he spoke, the 3 rank 5 true lords attacked Perfected Lord Jiu Ling, slashed out 9 illusory blade lights. Just a glance was enough to affect one's mind. Perfected Lord Xian Luo formed a fist that glowed with black light. His aura filled the air. Perfected Lord Mo Su was like a ghost. He held 2 short daggers and shuttled through the void. Moreover, in the depths of the ghost hell, the boundless ghost energy strengthened their attacks to a certain extent. In terms of threat, the 3 of them together were much more threatening than the 100 ghost fire spirits. This was because the ghost fire spirits were just rank 5 true lords. They did not have any intelligence and could only use energy attacks. They did not have any secret techniques. The ghost fire spirits could deal with ordinary rank 5 true lords, but they could not deal with top rank 5 true lords. Riverward was naturally aware of this as well. When the attacks of the 3 ghost experts approached him, he directly executed the world of creation with a single thought. In an instant, the space within a radius of 10,000 feet was under his control. Space imprisonment and time stop were used at the same time. The 9 illusory saber lights and the enormous black fist mark all froze in midair. Perfected Lord Mo Su, who was shuttling through the void, stopped in time and did not enter the range of 10,000 feet. Perfected Lord Wuda, I heard that you are invincible within 10,000 feet with this technique. How could we not be prepared? Perfected Lord Jiu Ling of the Silver Yiksha race laughed. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and Perfected Lord Mo Su also laughed, as if victory was in their hands. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, Perfected Lord Yuming shouted, "Break!" The 100 ghost fire spirits had already reached the boundary of 10,000 feet. They surrounded Jiang Xi and exploded instantly. Oh no! Jiang Xi's expression changed. There was no way out now. Boom! 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 This was the power of 105th Revolution Perfected Lords. It was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more powerful than the 100 white bone spears earlier. The surging energy tide released a terrifying power in an instant. Crack! Even though the space of the ancient immortal world was so tough that even a 5th Revolution Perfected Lord could not break it. But now, under such a terrifying explosion, cracks appeared like a mirror. Jiang Xi's heaven of his own was at the center of the explosion and took 100% of the power. Crash! The heaven and earth of his own was broken. Space imprisonment and time stop disappeared. At the same time, the 9 illusory saber lights and black fist imprints that had been frozen in the air instantly landed on Riverward. After all, it was only 10,000 feet. In front of a 5th Revolution Perfected Lord, this distance was no different from a millimeter. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful attacks were weakened by the 6-layered mountain armor. All the energy contained in the attacks surged into Jiang Xi's body. Excruciating pain. Riverward only felt his flesh and blood being corroded and melted. However, it was not over yet. Perfected Lord Mo Su arrived in an instant. 2 daggers glowing with dark light and emitting a sinister ghostly aura stabbed into Jiang Xi's back. Although they were blocked by the 6-layered mountain armor, the 2 dark lights on the daggers were only weakened slightly. They then entered Jiang Xi's body and rushed toward his sea of consciousness. The process was very fast. It did not even take 0.01 seconds. Jiang Xi was shocked. His primordial spirit was just about to activate the golden light of his primordial spirit when it was hit by the 2 dark lights. Buzz! In his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit trembled. The rainbow lotus shook violently and emitted a blazing golden light. The golden light seemed to be a natural counter to ghostly aura. However, its level was too low. It only managed to melt a small part of the dark light. Then, the remaining dark light exploded. Cracks appeared on his primordial spirit and the rainbow lotus. It seemed like they were about to disintegrate. Jiang Xi was severely injured. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The injury to his primordial spirit had affected his body. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. His consciousness became blurry. His armor has a flaw. It can't defend against primordial spirit attacks. The attack from the daggers can severely injure his primordial spirit. Perfected Lord Mo Su laughed in surprise. Strange, why is his primordial spirit defense so weak? Perfected Lord Jiu Ling and Perfected Lord Xian Luo were puzzled. Under normal circumstances, a rank 5 True Lord's primordial spirit defense would not be too weak even if they did not have a primordial spirit supreme treasure. However, Perfected Lord Wu Da's primordial spirit defense was similar to that of a rank 2 or rank 3 True Lord. However, they soon threw their doubts to the back of their minds. They had found Perfected Lord Wu Da's weakness. Moreover, this rank 5 True Lord of the human race was severely injured. He was at their mercy. Almost at the same time, Jiang Xi took out a healing immortal pill and consumed it. An immortal pill for primordial spirit injuries. In an instant, his injuries were healed. He was only at the Dao integration stage. The healing immortal pill was too effective for him. The cracks on his primordial spirit and rainbow lotus also disappeared quickly. What? He recovered so quickly. This is impossible. A rank 5 True Lord's primordial spirit is so severely injured. Even with the imperishable substance, it will take a long time to recover. He only consumed a low-grade immortal pill. How can it have such miraculous effects? The smiles on the faces of the 3 rank 5 True Lords froze. They were shocked and puzzled. What are you panicking for? Perfected Lord Nether Ming appeared from the void and shouted coldly, who cares what immortal pill he used? As long as we can destroy his primordial spirit in an instant, he won't be able to recover in time. Jiang Xi's expression turned grave. His primordial spirit defense was his greatest weakness. This was something he had known for a long time. However, perfected lords who were proficient in primordial spirit attacks were not common. Ever since he entered the ancient immortal world, he had encountered so many perfected lords. However, very few of them had primordial spirit attacks. Moreover, there was no perfected lord who could threaten his primordial spirit. He did not expect to meet one today. Moreover, it was a rank 5 True Lord. This is troublesome. Jiang Xi frowned. Although he could use immortal pills to heal primordial spirit injuries, it was just like what perfected Lord Nether Ming had said. If he did not even have the chance to consume immortal pills, he would die. At this moment, perfected Lord Nether Ming attacked. Kill! He condensed a sparkling golden spear. It emitted a mysterious aura that made people tremble in fear. The golden spear pierced forward with boundless ghost chi and a mysterious primordial spirit secret technique. It instantly attacked Jiang Xi. It was obvious that perfected Lord Nether Ming was also a perfected lord who was proficient in primordial spirit attacks. Moreover, the power of the primordial spirit secret technique was much stronger than perfected Lord Mo Su's attack just now. Self-creation heaven and earth. Facing such an attack, Jiang Xi chose to use this invincible technique again to restrain the golden spear. However, perfected Lord Nether Ming was already prepared. After the ghost fire spirits self-destructed, 100 ghost fire spirits appeared in the Nether Ghost Prison. Break! With perfected Lord Nether Ming's roar, the ghost fire spirits surrounded Jiang Xi again. They were prepared to self-destruct to destroy Jiang Xi's self-created world. After the lesson just now, Jiang Xi would not sit still and wait for death. He merged his body with the sword and used the great Dao tornado sword style. He turned into a green phantom and left the place. Fire sword style. Facing these ghost energy bodies, he directly used the most violent sword style. The fiery red sword light slashed out continuously. Accompanied by his body, the abyss-devouring divine sword killed one ghost fire spirit after another. These ghost fire spirits were all energy bodies of rank 5 true lords. They were not real rank 5 true lords. Killing them was easier than killing a rank 4 true lord. Moreover, with the help of the wind sword style, Jiang Xi's movement technique was very agile. The Nether Ghost Prison, which was famous in the universe, did not restrict him. However, perfected Lord Jiuling and the other rank 5 true lords of the ghost race were not idle. They had already surrounded Jiang Xi from 3 directions, restricting his space of movement. The illusory saber light, the black fist mark, and the glowing dagger, under the enhancement of the Nether Ghost Chi, exploded with great power. Therefore, no matter how good Jiang Xi's movement technique was, it was difficult for him to resist the joint attack of 4 rank 5 true lords. Moreover, this space was covered by the Nether Ghost Prison. The environment was advantageous for the ghost race experts. Boom boom boom. The illusory saber light and the black fist mark landed on Jiang Xi's body and caused a shocking explosion. Under the protection of the 6-layered mountain armor, he was only slightly injured this time, but it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Jiang Xi was concentrating on avoiding the primordial spirit attack. He used his self-created world again to imprison the glowing dagger that carried the primordial spirit attack. Then, the abyss-devouring divine sword slashed at perfected Lord Mo Su, using the 6 moves of the Great Tao one after another. Swoosh! The counterattack was successful. A golden sword light flashed past perfected Lord Mo Su's body and cut him in half at the waist. Black blood fell. Human, you deserve to die. Perfected Lord Mo Su was furious. He hurriedly used the imperishable substance to combine the 2 halves of his body. This sword strike had consumed 1% of his imperishable substance. This was a terrifying ratio. In other words, perfected Lord Wuda only needed 100 swords to kill him. My life and death is not in your control. Jiang Xi sneered. Before those will-o'-the-wisp Jin could surround him, he disappeared on his sword light. Whoosh! At the same time, he dodged perfected Lord Netherming's attack again. Jiang Xi did not relax. He was most wary of perfected Lord Netherming, so he had been guarding against him. Continue to attack and exhaust him here. Perfected Lord Netherming's expression was cold. He was very patient and confident that he could kill perfected Lord Wuda here. The facts proved that his train of thought was correct. No matter how Jiang Xi defended, he was still hit by perfected Lord Netherming in the end. Even the invincible self-created world could not defend against perfected Lord Netherming's attack. This was because under the attacks of perfected Lord Jiuling and the other 5th transformation perfected lords, his space of movement became smaller and smaller. He was forced into the encirclement of the giant spirits. The giant spirits self-destructed and the self-created world was broken. Boom! Almost at the same time, the sparkling golden spear landed on the 6th mountain armor. A rank 3 offensive treasure. Jiang Xi's expression changed. Perfected Lord Netherming was the most powerful person below the Tao Lord of the Ghost Clan. He was the closest to becoming an invincible perfected lord. Under the enhancement of the rank 3 offensive treasure, 30% of the terrifying power of the attack landed on Jiang Xi's body. His body, which was close to a superior-grade immortal artifact, was instantly covered with dense cracks and was about to collapse at the same time. The golden spear's special ripples attacked Jiang Xi's sea of consciousness. It was an attack of the primordial spirit. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The process was so fast that Jiang Xi did not have time to react. Block! Block! Jiang Xi roared in his heart as he swallowed 2 healing elixirs. One was for physical injuries, while the other was for primordial spirit injuries. Crack crack, his primordial spirit and the rainbow lotus throne began to collapse. However, the healing elixirs took effect and pulled back the collapsing primordial spirit. That was close. Just a little bit more. Jiang Xi used his self-created world again to immobilize Perfected Lord Netherming's next attack. Then, he flashed and retreated far away. In this short period of time, the injuries on his body were completely healed. He recovered again. This is definitely not the effect of the imperishable substance. It's strange. His body and primordial spirit had already begun to collapse. Even the imperishable substance can't heal him instantly. Perfected Lord Jiu Ling, Perfected Lord Xian Luo, and Perfected Lord Mo Xia were shocked to see this scene again. Let's see how many times you can recover. Perfected Lord Netherming saw it clearly. He had been so close to killing Perfected Lord Wuda just now. Whoosh, in the Nether Ghost Prison, 100 Jinni appeared again. At the same time, Perfected Lord Netherming wielded his golden spear and used his secret technique to attack Jiang Xi again. Jiang Xi had withstood this attack. However, he felt as if he was dancing on the line between life and death. He could fall into an irreversible crisis at any time. It's not time to give up yet. He frantically used the 6 styles of the Great Tao and the self-created world. Between life and death, I can often experience more things. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to comprehend the 7th style of the Great Tao of the Mountain and Sea Sword Sutra. This is a life and death crisis, but it's also an opportunity. He had been through countless battles in the ancient immortal world all these years. However, he had never been so nervous and intense as he was now. Whoosh, the 6 giant sword lights around Jiang Xi spun rapidly. With the help of the abyss-devouring divine sword, the 6 sword styles rotated faster and faster as the battle progressed. He actually began to adapt to the current dangerous situation. As long as he was not hit by Perfected Lord Netherming's golden spear, he did not have to worry about death. Of course, this was only a perfect state in theory. Jiang Xi understood that under the joint attack of 4 5th Revolution true monarchs of the ghost race, he would not have such an opportunity. Therefore, his mind was at a high level. His body, primordial spirit, Taoist techniques, secret techniques, etc. were all used to the extreme. It was as if he had reached a state where he could move as he pleased. Damn it, this human is too difficult to deal with. Perfected Lord Jiu Ling was somewhat annoyed. The 4 of them had worked together for such a long time, yet they still could not take down Perfected Lord Wuda. This was a very embarrassing matter. He is relying on the power of his supreme treasure. Perfected Lord Xian Luo snorted. I have some doubts about his cultivation realm. Perhaps he is not even a 5th Revolution true monarch. Because his sword is also a rank 4 supreme treasure, he is relying on it to have the attack of a 5th Revolution true monarch. Perfected Lord Mo Xia's body had been cut in half by the abyss-devouring divine sword, so he was very clear about the power of this sword. Don't worry, no matter what he is relying on, he will not be able to escape from our encirclement today. He will eventually die here. Perfected Lord Netherming was surprisingly calm. Indeed, under the joint attack of the 4 of them, Jiang Xi would not be able to escape from the ghost hell prison. Moreover, their speed was slightly faster than Jiang Xi's. Even if Jiang Xi could escape from the ghost hell prison, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. Although it seemed like a long time, only less than 2 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. At the same time, the battle had alarmed the Perfected Lords within a radius of millions of kilometers. Because of the terrifying aura fluctuations of the battle, as Jiang Xi and the 4 5th Revolution true monarchs of the ghost race collided again and again, the explosions were transmitted to millions of kilometers away. The Perfected Lords of the various races in this area were all guessing who was fighting. Since the opening of the ancient immortal world, there had not been a battle between 5th Revolution true monarchs. This was the first time. Soon, a piece of news spread. It was Perfected Lord Netherming, Perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and the other 5th Revolution true monarchs of the ghost race. They were besieging Perfected Lord Wuda of the human race. It was said that perfected Lord Wuda, who had changed his name to perfected Lord Wudi, had just killed more than 100 perfected lords of other races when he was targeted by perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other ghost race experts. This news shocked all the perfected lords on this planet and then spread to the other planets of the ancient immortal world, causing a huge uproar. Killing more than 100 perfected lords in one battle, too terrifying. It's a pity that perfected Lord Wuda is going to die without the help of the Tao Lords. No matter what, he is the most famous perfected lord after the opening of the ancient immortal world this time. The perfected lords of the various races were discussing with emotion. This was because perfected Lord Wuda had caused the previous battle for the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. In the end, it had attracted 2 Tao Lords, resulting in the first battle between Tao Lords since the opening of the ancient immortal world. This time, it was perfected Lord Wuda again, but this time, it was the first battle between rank 5 perfected lords. Although the perfected lords of the various races on planet 1024 were curious about the scene of the battle, none of them dared to go near it. At most, they were 10 million kilometers away, sensing the terrifying energy waves from afar. Perfected Lord Jiankong, perfected Lord Jiankong, and the other human experts also stopped after escaping 10 million kilometers. This was because they had also sensed the commotion of the battle. They knew that perfected Lord Wuda had successfully stopped the 4 rank 5 perfected lords. Hang in there, Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Jiankong's expression was full of worry as he cheered for Jiang Xi in his heart. Perfected Lord Wudi, hang in there for 1 more minute and perfected Lord Hua Yan will be here. Hang in there. Perfected Lord Jiankong was also very worried. Rank 5 perfected lords were the true high-end combat power of the human race. The death of any one of them could be said to be a great loss. The other perfected lords of the human race were also very worried. If perfected Lord Wudi had not chosen to bring up the rear, they might have died by now. Suddenly, everyone felt as if something strange had happened. In fact, they were not the only ones. All the perfected lords on planet 1024 felt this abnormality. This was because the world on this planet had quieted down. There was no sound or any energy waves coming from it. The sound of wind, the sound of flowing water, the falling leaves, at this moment, everything stopped. The perfected lords of the various races were all shocked. What happened? This strange situation actually covered this huge planet with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. Could it be that another Tao Lord had descended and controlled this space-time? However, the scene of a Tao Lord's descent was completely different from this strange situation. Look! That's a heavenly tribulation. Oh my God, it's the immortal ascension tribulation of a Tao integration cultivator. How is that possible? Who hasn't transcended the tribulation yet? A Tao integration cultivator has entered the ancient immortal world? That's impossible. How can a heavenly tribulation appear in the ancient immortal world? Amidst the shock, the place where the battle took place was lit up. Dazzling white thunderclouds emitted blazing light as they broke through the gray barrier of the ancient immortal world and descended on this planet. Chapter 573. Outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, the slowly flowing gray airflow seemed to have been greatly stimulated and suddenly rolled violently. After that dazzling white thundercloud broke through the invisible barrier, it arrived above the planet and flashed with blazing lightning before rapidly expanding. Looking from tens of millions of kilometers away, the original white thundercloud was only the size of a palm. But soon, the perfected lords who were watching the scene discovered that the white thundercloud was expanding very quickly, as if it was rapidly spreading toward them. White thundercloud. Judging from the color, it's the first tribulation of a tribulation transcender, but the range of the thundercloud is too abnormal. Shouldn't the first tribulation cover an area of 90,000 kilometers? This thundercloud seems to have already covered millions of kilometers. It's not just millions, I think it's at least tens of millions of kilometers. Strange, Why do I feel that the aura of the thundercloud has already reached 100 times that of a ninth tribulation transcender? Is this still the first tribulation of a tribulation transcender? When some geniuses with heaven-defying talent transcend their tribulation, the power of their tribulation is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary Tao integration cultivator. The perfected lords of the various races were all shocked and speechless. Even the youngest among them had lived for tens of thousands of years, and most of them had lived for at least an era. There were also a few ancient existences that had lived for tens of millions of eras. All of them could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, but they had never seen such a shocking and even somewhat terrifying thing. It was really too heaven-defying. As everyone knew, the ancient immortal world had a terrifying pressure that was everywhere. Even a ninth tribulation transcender would find it difficult to move an inch. In front of these perfected lords, puny Tao integration cultivators were like ants. How could they enter the ancient immortal world? Moreover, they could fight against the 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race? None of those who could cultivate to the perfected lord level were stupid. Below the thundercloud was where perfected Lord Wuda and the 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race were. Everyone knew that the person transcending the tribulation could only be perfected Lord Wuda. This was because the 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race, whether it was perfected Lord Nether or perfected Lord Nine Spirits, were all ancient existences of the ghost race. They had already become famous in the universe hundreds of thousands of eras ago, so it was impossible for them to be the one transcending the tribulation. On the contrary, perfected Lord Wuda was a mysterious powerhouse that suddenly rose in the past 1,000 years. And the perfected lords of the various races didn't know his true identity. Even if there were rumors that he was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, it was just speculation. From the looks of it, it didn't matter if true Lord Wuda was the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Even the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal's feat of extinguishing 5 soul lamps within 1,000 years was not as terrifying as this. This was because in the history of the original universe, who could trigger a heavenly tribulation in the ancient immortal world? This was the first time in history. Therefore, many perfected lords were guessing whether perfected Lord Wuda, who had triggered the heavenly tribulation, could successfully transcend it. The first tribulation is already so terrifying. Will true monarch Wuda survive it? True monarch Jiankong sighed. The news had reached the hall of true monarchs of the human race. Their clones with immortal power had learned of true monarch Wudi's true identity. So true monarch Wudi was true monarch Wuda. More than 10 perfected cultivators of the human race looked at perfected Lord Wine Sword. It was rumored that true monarch Wine Sword and true monarch Wuda had some sort of relationship. Judging from the current situation, the rumors were true. He will definitely make it. True Lord Wine Sword said resolutely. While the true monarchs of the various races were still in shock, the white thundercloud finally stopped expanding. It finally covered an area of 10 million kilometers. Its diameter was 100 times that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation. Rumble, then, heaven and earth rumbled. A 9-step stairway to heaven appeared. At the end of the stairway, a magnificent heavenly gate appeared. The heavenly gate was 10 million feet tall. It was completely white and covered in complex patterns, as if it contained the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. The majestic stairway to heaven and the heavenly gate stood above the sky and below the thundercloud. Within the area covered by the heavenly tribulation, the eerie ghost hell was broken open by the terrifying power of heaven and earth the moment the white thundercloud appeared. Perfected Lord Nether, perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and the other ghost race elites who were besieging Jiang Ci were also shocked. They immediately realized that the heavenly tribulation was triggered by perfected Lord Wuda because the white thundercloud's aura was not on them. He is actually a Tao integration cultivator. Perfected Lord Nine Spirits was not only shocked, but also a little confused. This 5th revolution perfected lord had never expected that perfected Lord Wuda, whom the 4 of them had been besieging for so long, was actually a Tao integration cultivator. A Tao integration cultivator with a lifespan of only 10,000 years? Hiss. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and Perfected Lord Mo Xia both sucked in cold air. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Retreat. Retreat from the area of the heavenly tribulation immediately. Perfected Lord Nether was shocked, but he was very calm and decisive. The 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race quickly gave up the encirclement and turned to retreat. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, but it had laws. Any cultivator in the area of the heavenly tribulation would have to face the tribulation. Once the tribulation lightning struck, the 4 of them would also have to face the corresponding heavenly tribulation. They were all 5th revolution perfected lords, and the tribulation lightning that struck would not be the ordinary tribulation lightning of a tribulation transcender. Therefore, even perfected Lord Nether did not have the heart to avenge his child at this time. Of course, he also believed that perfected monarch Wuda would die here even if he did not make a move. The more heaven-defying one's talent was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. This was a well-known rule. Perfected Lord Wuda was only a Tao integration cultivator, but he already had the battle prowess of a 5th revolution perfected lord. With such talent, the heavenly tribulation that would descend would definitely not be just one tribulation. 6 consecutive tribulations would be the minimum. It might even be the extremely rare case of 9 consecutive tribulations. Moreover, this heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. The power of the first tribulation was already 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. How powerful would the 9th tribulation be when its power accumulated? Therefore, perfected Lord Nether did not believe that perfected Lord Wuda could survive this heavenly tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation descended, Jiang Xi stood in the air and looked up at the white thunderclouds that had stopped expanding. In the thunderclouds, astonishing lightning flashed like dragons. The time that the tribulation lightning had accumulated had already exceeded the normal range. The first tribulation is 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. But last time in the Tonggu continent, the 9th tribulation triggered by the 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race was also 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. However, the time that tribulation lightning had accumulated was definitely not as long as this one. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then, he took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the best. Since he had already triggered the heavenly tribulation, there was no chance for regret. He had to go all out and survive this heavenly tribulation. The main reason he decided to trigger the heavenly tribulation was because of the battle with the 4/5 tribulation true monarchs of the ghost race. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, he used the 6 styles of the Great Tao one after another. His intuition told him that if he really created the 7th style of the Great Tao and made the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra reach the level of an ultimate secret technique, it would become a Tao Monarch secret technique. At that time, with his foundation, the heavenly tribulation he triggered would be incomparably terrifying, and he would have no hope of surviving it. Sometimes, blindly pursuing the limit and perfection will have the opposite effect. As it turned out, his intuition was very sharp and correct. The power of the first tribulation he triggered was 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. If he waited until he created the 7th style of the Great Tao before triggering the heavenly tribulation, its power might be at the level of a first tribulation true monarch. In this way, the power of the heavenly tribulation would gradually accumulate. When it reached the 9th tribulation, its power might reach the level of a Tao monarch. A Tao monarch level tribulation lightning? Jiang Xi did not have the confidence to take it on. The power of the first tribulation lightning is still weak. I can still attack. Jiang Xi sensed that the 4 ghost race experts wanted to leave this place. Just now, these 4/5 tribulation true monarchs of the ghost race took advantage of the environment of the ghost hell to surround and kill him. Now, under the heavenly tribulation, it was his home ground. He was going to transcend the tribulation, and the 4 ghost race experts did not have the courage to stay in the range of the heavenly tribulation. You almost killed me just now, and you still want to escape. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Xi sneered. Carrying the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, he rode the green sword light and flashed at an extremely fast speed, catching up to True Monarch 9 Spirits, who was slightly slower, this bastard. True Monarch 9 Spirits of the Rakshasa race immediately became anxious. He did not want to fight at all now. He just wanted to leave the range of the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Even a fifth tribulation true monarch would need nearly a minute to leave this range with the speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Otherwise, when the tribulation lightning descended, he might die. Save me! True Monarch 9 Spirits anxiously shouted to True Monarch Netherming. True Monarch Netherming frowned. He wanted to use the Ghost Hell. However, just as the 100,000 Ghost Hell pagodas released the blue ghost fire, it was destroyed by the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was so powerful that it was difficult for these ghosts to condense. Boom! 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 True Monarch Netherming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xia could only attack at the same time. They respectively condensed a white bone spear, a black fist mark, and a glowing dagger and attacked Jiang Xi. However, after that attack, they did not intend to turn back and continue to fight. They all continued to run out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Without the ghost hell, these attacks can't threaten me. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. When the attacks of the 3/5 tribulation true monarchs came within 10,000 feet of him, he instantly used the self-created heaven and earth. Then, he flew away and easily dodged the 3 attacks. Immediately after, Jiang Xi swung his black abyss devouring divine sword and attacked True Monarch 9 Spirits with a fiery red light. 6 styles of the Great Tao, Fire Sword Style. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 100 kilometers. The sword light was close to the speed of light and arrived in an instant. Damn it! True Monarch 9 Spirits knew that he could only rely on himself. If he did not defeat this heaven-defying human, he would definitely not be able to escape the range of the heavenly tribulation. He turned around and slashed with his saber. The illusory saber light turned into a glowing shield in a mysterious way. However, how could such a hurried defense block Jiang Xi's all-out attack? Moreover, that was a 4th stage supreme treasure, the abyss-devouring divine sword. Poof! The glowing shield formed by True Monarch 9 Spirits was directly broken. Chi! The abyss-devouring divine sword carried a fiery red sword light and penetrated his 1st stage supreme treasure armor. The terrifying energy contained in the fire sword style instantly exploded. A bloody hole appeared in True Monarch 9 Spirit's body, and eerie ghost chi spread out. At the same time, the imperishable substance quickly circulated and healed his injuries. Ah! He shouted in shock and anger. Because this attack had used up half of his imperishable substance. Without the help of the ghost hell, he was not Jiang Xi's match at all. If this continued, he would die in just 20 strikes. Save me! Save me! He asked his 3 companions for help in horror. Unfortunately, under such circumstances, True Monarch Netherhell and the other 2 were not willing to stop. Damn it! Damn it! Human, True Monarch Netherhell, Tao Monarch Pan Lien. You all deserve to die. True Monarch 9 Spirits cursed in despair. In the face of certain death, he no longer had any fear. He even cursed Tao Monarch Pan Lien who had sent him to the ancient immortal world. True Monarch Wuda, if I die, you won't have an easy time either. I won't lose out if I bring a human genius with me before I die. True Monarch 9 Spirits roared crazily. At the same time, his body began to expand rapidly. From 100 meters tall, he became a 10,000 meter tall balloon in the blink of an eye. Ghost Chi, immortal power, and Taoist charm mixed together and circulated rapidly, containing terrifying power. True Monarch 9 spirits wanted to self-destruct to seriously injure Jiang Xi. In the situation where he was about to transcend the tribulation, once he was injured, it would definitely affect his subsequent state. However, he had forgotten about Jiang Xi's defense. Just now, the 4/5 transformation True Monarchs had joined forces and failed to kill Jiang Xi. So what if they self-destructed? Therefore, Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. Self-destruct? Did you ask me for permission? This was 50 billion experience points. Jiang Xi would not let him self-destruct just like that. He had to personally deliver the final blow. Swoosh, 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 20 consecutive blows were delivered in an instant. I hate it. True Monarch 9 spirits roared with grief and indignation. The indestructible substance in his body had been used up. His indestructible body had been destroyed and he could no longer recover. In the final sword light, his body that had not yet expanded to its limits suddenly collapsed, and his body and soul were destroyed. A 5th transformation True Monarch, an ancient existence who had lived for millions of eras, had fallen just like that. The battle between True Monarchs was intense and fast. The series of blows between Jiang Xi and True Monarch 9 spirits happened in an extremely short period of time. It had only been 2 seconds. The remaining True Monarch Nether Ming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xia had not yet escaped 500,000 kilometers. At this time, the white thundercloud in the sky had finally succeeded in condensing tribulation lightning after several seconds of accumulation. Rumble, the tribulation lightning rumbled and resounded throughout the world. This is troublesome. True Monarch Nether Ming's expression was grave. True Monarch Xian Luo and True Monarch Mo Xia were worried. Their strength was similar to True Monarch 9 spirits. Now that True Monarch 9 spirits had fallen, would they be the next? Boom! The world rumbled. The originally gray sky of the ancient immortal world became as bright as day. The dazzling light illuminated half of the planet. 99 sword-like white tribulation lightning, each as thick as a bucket and 100 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders, fell from the sky one after another and smashed toward Jiang Xi. At the same time, 3 more terrifying white tribulation lightning shot toward True Monarch Nether Ming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xia. The expressions of the 3/5 transformation True Monarchs changed, and they had no choice but to stop. This was because the white tribulation lightning aimed at them was twice as powerful as a 5th transformation True Monarchs. This kind of power was not simply the power of 2 5th transformation True Monarchs added together. It was at least twice as powerful as a 5th transformation True Monarch's all-out attack. The threat it posed was even higher than 10 5th transformation True Monarchs joining forces. On the other side, Jiang Xi was also dealing with his own tribulation lightning. The heavenly tribulation of an ordinary tribulation transcender only has 9 tribulation lightning bolts, but mine. He raised his head and looked at the sky. 99 white tribulation lightning bolts 100 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders. This was equivalent to 10,000 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders. Of course, the strength of the first tribulation lightning was not enough to hurt him. After all, even a 5th transformation True Monarch would find it difficult to kill him with his defense. However, Jiang Xi still took the initiative to withdraw the 6-layered mountain armor on his body. There is no pressure now. I can borrow the power of the tribulation lightning to quickly increase my cultivation realm. The heavenly tribulation was both a tribulation and an opportunity. In order to transcend the tribulation, he had prepared for thousands of years. With the guidance of Master 9 Firmaments and Master Wine Sword, he was naturally clear about the details of transcending the tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The speed at which the tribulation lightning fell was very fast. The sword-like white tribulation lightning struck Jiang Xi's body one after another without any intention of stopping. It was as if it would not give up until the person transcending the tribulation was dead. However, the strength of Jiang Xi's body was close to that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Such a powerful tribulation lightning would not be able to injure him. Under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, every time he withstood a bolt of white tribulation lightning, the quality of his body would slightly increase, and the strength of his primordial spirit would also increase. The spiritual energy in his body was also transforming into immortal energy. 99 bolts of tribulation lightning. Perhaps the first tribulation will be able to make my body reach the level of a high-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. Boom! The speed of the lightning was naturally very fast. In less than a second, all 99 bolts of white tribulation lightning struck down. Jiang Xi relied on the strength of his body to easily withstand these bolts of tribulation lightning. As expected, my body has surpassed that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi stood in the air, gently clenching his fist, and a powerful force circulated between his fingers. Not only the strength of my body, but the strength of my primordial spirit has also increased. My overall strength has also increased by a small level. Now, even perfected Lord Nether Ming would not be able to instantly destroy my body and primordial spirit. It was very difficult for a fifth transformation true Lord to increase one's strength. Increasing one's strength by a small level was also a very terrifying thing. Jiang Xi turned his gaze to perfected Lord Nether Ming and the other two Ghost Clan experts in the distance. At this time, the three Ghost Clan experts had also transcended the tribulation lightning that was twice the strength of a fifth transformation true Lord. Other than perfected Lord Nether Ming, the other two were in a sorry state. Their aura had decreased slightly, which was caused by the consumption of the imperishable substance. However, although Jiang Xi's strength had increased, he did not fly over to kill the enemies. This was because the three Ghost Clan experts were still within the range of the heavenly tribulation and would not be able to escape in a short period of time. Of course, the most important reason was that his first tribulation was not over yet. The first step of the 9-step stairway to heaven emitted dense immortal power. Like a small waterfall, it poured down and poured into Jiang Xi's body. Immortal power poured into his body. Absorb. Convert. Jiang Xi did not stand on ceremony and quickly converted the spiritual power in his body. On the other side. So much immortal power. It's even more than that of a 9th tribulation transcender. How deep is his foundation? Perfected Lord Nether Ming, perfected Lord Xian Luo, and perfected Lord Mo Xia also saw this scene. The shock in their hearts that had not yet dissipated climbed to the peak again. Under normal circumstances, after a Tao integration cultivator became a first tribulation transcender, the immortal power that would appear on the first step of the stairway to heaven would only be a little bit. Such a shocking scene of immortal power flowing like a small waterfall would not appear at all. However, the shock did not end. The next scene made them even more shocked. In the sky of the ancient immortal world, outside the invisible barrier, gray fog violently churned. At this time, a ray of 7-colored light appeared in the gray fog. Like the white thundercloud just now, it broke through the invisible barrier and fell toward Jiang Xi. Impossible. Heavenly Tao Source. It's actually the Heavenly Tao Source. No matter how calm perfected Lord Nether Ming was, he could not calm down at this time and turned pale with fright. That was the Heavenly Tao Source that even he could not control. Even if he had stepped into the Heavenly Tao, he was still far from being able to control the Heavenly Tao Source. It was something that only sovereigns were qualified to control. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and perfected Lord Mo Xia were also extremely shocked. Of course, they also knew what the Heavenly Tao Source was. It was too incredible. The universe actually bestowed a wisp of the Heavenly Tao Source to a tribulation transcender during the first tribulation. This was something that had never happened in the history of the original universe. At the same time, that wisp of 7-colored light of the Heavenly Tao Source drilled into Jiang Xi's body. I didn't expect this thing to appear. He was very surprised. When he had entered the 9th extraterritorial battlefield's ancient god abyss, he had obtained a similar wisp of the heavenly Tao source with the help of the heaven connecting tower. After refining it, his body, primordial spirit, and affinity with Taoist techniques had significantly improved. Moreover, a wisp of the heavenly Tao source was worth 10 trillion experience points. Refine. Jiang Xi operated the immortal energy in his body and quickly refined the wisp of the heavenly Tao source. At this time, the immortal energy of the first tribulation finished pouring into his body, and the spiritual energy in his body was completely transformed into immortal energy. Jiang Xi discovered that the disguise technique he had used with his spiritual energy had lost its effect, and his original appearance was revealed. This time, perfected Lord Netherming and the other 2 experts of the ghost race saw him. He is Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Netherming's expression changed. He was the strongest expert of the ghost race below the Tao monarch level, and he held great authority in the ghost race. Many important information regarding the human race had to go through him. Therefore, he naturally knew about this human genius who was ranked first on the assassination list. Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Xian Luo and Perfected Lord Mo Xia were also shocked. They had also heard of this human genius. This was because more than 4,000 years ago, the news that Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had accepted a human who had yet to become an immortal as his disciple had spread throughout the entire universe. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was one of the top 3 experts of the human race, and his prestige shook the myriad races of the universe. At the time, all the races had called this young human the lucky one. And that lucky one was Jiang Xi. Yes, only the current era's genius of the human race can do this. The 3 experts of the ghost race exchanged glances after calming down and thinking about it. Jiang Xi was the only human genius who could enter the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration cultivator and had such a profound foundation. However, despite their shock, the 3 of them didn't stop. They continued to flee, trying to escape the range of the tribulation. This was because the tribulation wasn't over yet. When a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin descended from the universe, white thunderclouds that covered an area of 10 million kilometers surged rapidly, and their color changed as well. Streaks of red thunderclouds began to spread. Terrifying dark red lightning surged within the thunderclouds, exuding terrifying power. The tribulation's power has increased 100-fold. It's already at the level of a first revolution true lord. The second tribulation is already so powerful. He's dead for sure. Perfected Lord Netherming and the other 2 experts of the ghost race sneered. As they fled from the tribulation, they also sent messages to their races. Chapter 574. Ghost Territory, Rakshasa Star Field. Rakshasa Star was not only the ancestral land of the Rakshasa race, but also the 4th sacred ground of the ghost race. The shocking news of a human Tao integration cultivator undergoing tribulation in the ancient immortal world was immediately spread to Rakshasa Star by Perfected Lord Netherming and the other 2 ghost race powerhouses. This was because Tao Lord Pan Lien of the Rakshasa race was the instigator of the hunt for Perfected Lord Wuda. Perfected Lord Wuda is not only the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, but also the human race's prodigy, Jiang Xi. He dares to undergo tribulation in the ancient immortal world. When Pan Lien Tao Lord heard the news, his handsome face was also filled with shock. Even though he was a Tao Lord who stood at the peak of the universe, he had never heard of a cultivator who could enter the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration cultivator. Moreover, he dared to trigger a heavenly tribulation there and do such a crazy thing. Opposite him, Perfected Lord Black Time's Master, Tao Lord Hunzi of the top race, the Hunzi race, also had a terrifying light in his eyes. He had not left Rakshasa Star for the past 30 years. Not only had he not avenged his disciple, but he also wanted Perfected Lord Wuda's armor treasure. He has the combat strength of a 5th transformation True Lord at the Tao integration stage. If we don't get rid of him, he'll be a huge problem in the future. While Tao Lord Hun Zi was shocked, he also encouraged Tao Lord Pan Lien to take action personally and even wanted the ghost race to send more Tao Lords. This was because he knew that the current situation was no longer something a Tao Lord of a top race like him could control. Once he took action, there would definitely be more human Tao Lords waiting for him. Only a top race like the ghost race had the strength to send more Tao Lords to fight against the human Tao Lords. Only then would they have a chance to get rid of this terrifying prodigy. Tao Lord Pan Lien did not care about his good friend's encouragement. He said in a cold voice, "Just us Tao Lords of the ghost race are not enough. Spread this news and let all the races in the universe know." Tao Lord Hun Zi agreed. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe. The ghost race and the monster race were not the only two top races that opposed the human race. There were also many top races that were hostile to the human race, and these top races had Tao Lords overseeing them. Now that an unprecedented prodigy had appeared in the human race, some races could not sit by and watch. Soon, the ghost race spread the news throughout the universe. For a time, all the races of the universe were in an uproar. The expressions of some of the Tao Lords of the top-tier races changed as they erupted with shocking killing intent. At the same time, Tao Lord Pan Lien of the Rakshasa race and Tao Lord 7 Souls of the Golden Yiksha race. These two Tao Lords, along with Tao Lord Hun Zi, who came from one of the supreme clans, headed towards the ancient immortal world. The demon clan's holy land, infinite demon starry sea. Tao Lord Tao Tai of the 4th Sacred Hall and Tao Lord Kamlan of the 5th Sacred Hall. These two gigantic beasts were crouching in the starry sky, exchanging information. One of them was an ancient ferocious beast with a ferocious appearance. Just its eyes alone were bigger than a planet. The other was the primogenitor of the demonic spider race. He had a human face and 16 terrifying legs that covered a small half of the starry sky. I can see in this young human the peerless glory of some of the human chosen from the primordial era. He has to be eliminated. Tao Lord Taotia's voice boomed out. If it's just the two of us, we won't be a match for the human Tao Lords, Tao Lord Anlin said. Last time, he had personally come to the ancient immortal world for the token of the Hun Tian immortal abode, but he had been defeated by the Heavenly Court's emperors. Unfortunately, Moon Devourer isn't willing to enter the ancient immortal world. The Tao Lords of Celestial Wolf Mountain and Green Hill aren't willing to take action either. Tao Lord Anlin sighed again. Don't worry. The ghost race and some other top-tier races will be more proactive than us, Tao Lord Tao Tai said. Let's hope so. This time, we have to eliminate this human chosen no matter what. Tao Lord Anlin's human face revealed a ferocious expression. Then, the two Tao Lord level beasts disappeared from the starry sky and headed toward the ancient immortal world. Human race, Heavenly Court's Hall of True Lords. The clones of many perfected cultivators were gathered in the palace. They were exchanging real-time information about the 3,600 planets of the ancient immortal world. Wherever supreme treasures appeared, where there was a great battle, or where rank 5 true lords appeared, they had to be careful to avoid them in time. When the latest news spread in the Hall of True Lords, the palace instantly fell silent. All the perfected lords were in disbelief. Shocking news. Jiang Xi isn't just Mountain Sea Sword immortal. Or Wu De True Lord. How laughable. Some of us were laughing at Jiang Xi before, saying that if he entered the ancient immortal world, he would be sending himself to his death and delivering supreme treasures to the other races. I didn't expect him to have already made such a name for himself in the ancient immortal world. He entered the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration stage cultivator in less than 10,000 years of cultivation. He even has the battle prowess of a rank 5 true lord. Now, he's undergoing his tribulation in the ancient immortal world. No one doubted the authenticity of this news because they had just heard that Wu De True Lord was fighting against the other races on planet 1024 of the ancient immortal world. Before hearing this news, they were still in awe of Wu, the true lord's strength. He was fighting 4 rank 5 true lords of the ghost race alone. Then he's in great danger now. The ghost race and the monster race definitely won't allow Jiang Xi to successfully undergo his tribulation in the ancient immortal world. Someone frowned. Although many of them had mocked Jiang Xi before, that was only a momentary resentment. There was no enmity between them. Now that this human genius was in mortal danger, many of them began to worry about Jiang Xi in the face of the greater good of the human race. The lords of the Tao Lord Palace will definitely step in. I hope they can save Jiang Xi. If he survives, he'll definitely become a peak expert of the human race in the future. The eyes of these true lords were filled with hope. At the same time, within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in the starry sky where the Tao Lord Conference was being held, a huge long table appeared in front of him. There was a black throne at each end of the long stone table. There were 11 golden thrones on each side. In total, there were 24 thrones. At this time, 4 figures with ethereal auras appeared on the thrones one after another. The first seat on the left belonged to Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. He looked at the other 3 human Tao Lords. Jian Yi, Xiang Shan, Qing Fang, you know the situation. This time, the 3 of you will go to the ancient immortal world and bring Jiang Xi back. Is that all right? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said, "Ha, what problem can there be? 9 Firmaments, don't worry about fighting in the Chaos Sea. Xiang Shan and I are both flood-level Tao Lords. Although Qing Fang is a desolate-level Tao Lord, he's not weak. With the 3 of us, I guarantee that your little disciple will be brought back in one piece." Tao Lord Jian Yi laughed loudly. He was a burly man with a full beard, and he carried a golden greatsword on his back. That's right. Even if most of the human Tao Lords are in the Chaos Sea and can't come back, we can still sweep through the monsters and ghosts. Tao Lord Xiang Shan was filled with killing intent. He was so tall that he looked like a small mountain sitting there. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother. Leave little disciple nephew's safety to us. Tao Lord Qing Feng, who was dressed in a violet gold Taoist robe, chuckled as well. Then I'll leave it to the 3 of you. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 1024. The white thunderclouds had completely turned crimson. Bolts of lightning swam through the thunderclouds like swimming dragons. The aura they emitted had already reached the level of a first revolution true lord. The tribulation lightning this time also needed a certain amount of time to accumulate. And this period of time gave Jiang Xi the opportunity to strike. The 6-layered mountain armor reappeared on his body. In addition, the toughness of his body had already surpassed that of a superior-grade immortal artifact. In a one-on-one situation, apart from True Lord Nether, True Lord Xian Luo and True Lord Mo Su were no match for him. Therefore, there were no surprises this time. His speed was even faster than before, and he easily caught up to True Lord Xian Luo. As True Lord Xian Luo begged for mercy in despair and indignation, Jiang Xi killed him with only 15 strikes. At the same time, he slashed out massive swordlights to disturb True Lord Nether and True Lord Mo Su, delaying their speed. Then, 99 bolts of crimson tribulation lightning descended. Jiang Xi still chose to use his body to withstand the tribulation lightning, using it to raise his cultivation level. Soon, after the tribulation lightning baptism, his body, primordial spirit, and immortal force had all improved significantly. His body's toughness had improved to that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Will there be more heavenly Tao origin energy descending this time? Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. The result did not disappoint him. In the sky, outside the invisible barrier, 10 rays of 7-colored light appeared. Like small snakes, they passed through the barrier and drilled into Jiang Xi's body. 1 ray of heavenly Tao origin energy was worth 10 trillion experience points. 10 rays were worth 100 trillion. However, this time, Jiang Xi did not immediately refine the heavenly Tao origin energy. Instead, he temporarily stored it in the space of the heavenly tower. Because 10 rays of heavenly Tao origin energy were not something that could be refined in a short time. On the other side, True Lord Nether and True Lord Emosu, who were still alive, were still frantically fleeing. Just now, they had both withstood a tribulation lightning that was 3 times stronger than a 5th transformation True Lord. This powerful tribulation lightning had caused them some damage, and they had no choice but to use the imperishable substance to recover from their injuries. However, these 2 5th transformation True Lords were very clear that the real threat to them was not the tribulation lightning, but that human prodigy. True Lord 9 Spirits and True Lord Xian Luo had been easily killed by this Tao integration cultivator. No, he was no longer a Tao integration cultivator, but a second tribulation transcender. Hold on, Tao Lord Pan Lian and Tao Lord 7 Souls have already set off. They will soon arrive at the ancient immortal world. True Lord Nether Ming said in a deep voice. He no longer worried about whether Jiang Xi would die under the heavenly tribulation. Now, it was their turn to face a life-and-death crisis. Not only did they have to face the increasingly powerful tribulation lightning, but they also had to face the attack of that human prodigy. Even though he was the strongest ghost below the Tao Lord level, he was not confident that he could survive under such circumstances. True Lord Nether Ming's words did not bring any hope to True Lord Emosu. He did not say a word, but despair had already begun to grow in his heart. Although the heavenly tribulation covered an area of 10 million kilometers, with the speed of a 5th transformation True Lord, they would only need 1 minute to escape. However, that was under the premise that they were running at full speed. Now, they were affected by all kinds of interference. 3 minutes had already passed, and they had only flown 2 million kilometers. Next was the 3rd tribulation, the Orange Thundercloud. Its power was 100 times that of a 1st transformation True Lord. Before the 99 bolts of tribulation lightning struck, Jiang Xi attacked again and killed True Lord Emosu. At this point, of the 4 5th transformation True Lords of the Ghost race, only True Lord Nether Ming was still alive. After that, Jiang Xi was baptized by the heavenly tribulation for the 3rd time. The strength of his body was another step closer to that of a supreme-grade immortal weapon. The strength of his essence spirit had increased by a huge level and was equivalent to that of a 3rd transformation True Lord. Moreover, there were 30 wisps of heavenly Tao origins that descended this time, which surprised Jiang Xi. This was only the 3rd tribulation. How many more heavenly Tao origins would there be? Of course, Jiang Xi was also worried. The current situation seemed optimistic. However, if the heavenly tribulation this time was to descend 9 consecutive tribulations, the power of the next 3 tribulations would definitely be terrifying. If he was not careful, he might die. After all, the power of the 3rd tribulation was already 100 times that of a 1st transformation True Lord. More importantly, he had just received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Clouds. Many Tao Lords of other races were rushing towards the ancient immortal world. Their goal was obvious. Of course, this was something that Jiang Xi had already expected. The heavenly tribulation was very fast. He believed that he could escape the ancient immortal world in advance. The prerequisite was that there were no accidents. Jiang Xi looked coldly at True Lord Nether Ming. This 5th transformation True Lord of the Ghost race might be an accident. I have to get rid of him before the 6th tribulation. This was a hidden danger. If True Lord Nether Ming suddenly went crazy and wanted to fight him to the death, it would definitely affect his tribulation. At this moment, True Lord Nether Ming was still 6 million kilometers away from the heavenly tribulation's range. However, the distance between Jiang Xi and True Lord Nether Ming was more than 400,000 kilometers. Rumble, in the sky, orange thunderclouds rolled and yellow thunderclouds began to appear. The fourth tribulation was about to descend. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xi rode on his sword light and turned into a green phantom, chasing after true Lord Netherming. His speed had already exceeded 200,000 kilometers per second. Swoosh! While chasing, Jiang Xi swung his sword continuously, slashing out beams of golden sword light with shocking power to slow down true Lord Netherming's speed. This was the 6 styles of the Great Tao, the Golden Sword style. After transcending 3 tribulations in a row, Jiang Xi's energy had already transformed into the more powerful immortal power of a 3rd tribulation transcender. It was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger than the original Tao integration stage spiritual energy. Then, under the enhancement of the mystic technique Tao fusion technique, the 7 Taos merged, and the amplification of immortal power increased from 20,000 times to 140,000 times. In summary, the power of every attack he used now was far beyond that of a top 5th transformation True Lord before transcending the tribulation. Human race. True Lord Netherming also sensed the power of the golden sword light. He panicked and had to stop to deal with it. Blue ghost fire rose around him, turning into all kinds of weapons and attacking Jiang Xi. At the same time, he waved the golden spear in his hand, creating tens of thousands of terrifying spear shadows, which collided with Jiang Xi's sword light. Boom boom boom. The collision of the golden sword light and the spear's shadows created a huge explosion of energy that swept across millions of kilometers. Even the perfected lords tens of thousands of kilometers away could feel the terrifying aura fluctuations. Before transcending the tribulation, Jiang Xi had almost been destroyed several times when facing true Lord Netherming's golden spear. But this time, after the explosion of energy subsided, the sword light and spear shadows all disappeared. Both sides were equally matched. Although he did not suppress the other party, Jiang Xi did not care. He had achieved his goal. He only needed to delay true Lord Netherming. After transcending 1 or 2 more tribulations, his cultivation level would increase again. Then, it would be time to kill true Lord Netherming. Then, before the 4th tribulation descended, he and true Lord Netherming continued to fight. Both sides used their respective mystic techniques and fought crazily. If this continues, I will definitely die. True Lord Netherming was scared. He had lived since the ancient era of the universe and had experienced countless fatal tribulations. However, he had never been so close to death like today. I, Netherming, am destined to become a Tao Lord. How can I die here? True Lord Netherming roared. A spear shadow that surpassed a 5th transformation True Lord stabbed toward Jiang Xi crazily. You think too much. Jiang Xi sneered. He slashed again and blocked the spear shadow. In the next moment, they stopped temporarily because the 4th tribulation had descended. The 4th tribulation of a tribulation transcender was a yellow thundercloud. However, its power was only at the 2nd transformation True Lord level. 99 yellow lightning bolts descended. Jiang Xi still used his body to resist. The tribulation lightning seemed to want to destroy everything. It fell one after another, not giving anyone any chance to breathe. If Jiang Xi's body had not been strengthened by the first 3 tribulations, it would have disintegrated directly. But now, he had withstood the 4th tribulation's baptism. Some cracks could be seen on his body. A 5-colored treasure light spread out and emitted a fragrance. It gave people the feeling that his body had become holy. Impossible. A supreme-grade immortal artifact. True Lord Netherming was very close. When he saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. When he had gone through the 9th tribulation, his body's strength had barely reached the level of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi was now in the 4th tribulation and had reached this level. Nothing is impossible. Jiang Xi chuckled. After so many years of accumulation, all of it had finally erupted. He had relied on the secret Tao pattern technique that he had obtained in the battle pattern continent. His body's strength had long been close to a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his body to reach the level of a supreme-grade immortal artifact after going through the fourth tribulation. A supreme-grade immortal artifact. Now, even if I stand here and don't move, true Lord Netherming can forget about destroying my body with one strike. Jiang Xi was very confident. At the same time, outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, another 50 strands of heavenly Tao origin descended. This scene made true Lord Netherming extremely jealous. But he did not dare to stay and quickly fled. Jiang Xi was already on par with him earlier. Now that the fourth tribulation had passed, Jiang Xi's immortal energy had transformed again. His strength would definitely surpass him. Rumble. In the sky, thunderclouds churned as the fifth tribulation began to brew. This time, it was a green thundercloud with a power that was 100 times that of a second revolution true lord. The 9 tribulations of a tribulation transcender had different colors. White, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, and black. The 9th tribulation was black. Now, it was the 5th tribulation. Can you escape? Jiang Xi looked at the escaping true Lord Netherming. Before the new tribulation lightning descended, he had time to attack again. Then, he rode on the sword light and his speed was faster than before. In an instant, he caught up with true Lord Netherming. True Lord Netherming had just endured a tribulation lightning that was 5 times stronger than a 5th revolution true lord. His body was seriously injured and his speed had decreased a lot. Even if he had the indestructible substance in his body, he would need some time to recover. Kill. Jiang Xi's 6 sword lights circled around him. He did not hesitate to attack. The 2 sides were originally enemies. Moreover, he had almost died in the hands of this ghost race 5th revolution true lord. Now that he had the chance to kill the other party, he naturally would not show mercy. The abyss-devouring divine sword flashed with red sword light. He used the most explosive fire sword style and slashed out. Clang! True Lord Netherming's expression was grim as he swung the golden spear and turned around to attack. If it was earlier, the grade 3 golden spear and the grade 4 abyss-devouring divine sword would be evenly matched. However, this time, the abyss-devouring divine sword had the complete upper hand. A tyrannical power burst forth and sent true Lord Netherming flying with the golden spear. Then, Jiang Xi took a step forward and crossed the void, closing in once more. The abyss-devouring divine sword pierced out with a golden sword light. Pfft, the grade 4 cardinal treasure pierced through true Lord Netherming's chest. The cold and sharp sword light wreaked havoc in true Lord Netherming's body, rapidly depleting his indestructible substance. You can't kill me. My Tao Lord is about to arrive. When that time comes, you will die. True Lord Netherming roared. Can't kill you. Dream on. Jiang Xi sneered and used heaven and earth of creation at the same time. The ghost and demon race said that he was invincible within 10,000 feet. That was true under certain circumstances. The specific circumstances referred to when he encountered a Tao Lord or when the 100 ghost fire titans in the nether ghost hell self-destructed like before the tribulation, he could break through heaven and earth of creation. Apart from those specific circumstances, Jiang Xi was confident that no expert would be a match for him. However, true Lord Netherming could not use nether ghost hell against the heavenly tribulation. Without that powerful technique, his combat strength would be reduced by 30%. Of course, it did not matter whether true Lord Netherming's combat strength decreased or not. That was because he was trapped in heaven and earth of creation and was frozen in midair without any strength to resist. The number 1 expert of the ghost race beneath Tao Lords. After killing you, I should be able to truly be considered as an invincible perfected lord, right? Jiang Xi's expression was calm as he swung his sword casually. Sword lights slashed true Lord Netherming's body one after another. This ancient existence of the ghost race was indeed strong. However, his body was only slightly stronger than ordinary rank 5 perfected lords. His body began to disintegrate after just 30 slashes. During that process, true Lord Nether Ming could not speak and could only express his emotions through his eyes. From anger, to indignance, to despair and hatred. In the end, this existence that was close to being an invincible perfected lord was killed by Jiang Xi in body and spirit. At this point, the 4 rank 5 perfected lords of the ghost race that surrounded him were all dead. The hidden danger is gone. I can focus on the tribulation now. Jiang Xi was in a good mood. At that moment, the 99 bolts of lightning of the 5th tribulation descended. While Jiang Xi was in a good mood, the Golden Yiksha, Silver Yiksha and Rakshasa races of the ghost race were about to go crazy. Of the Golden Yiksha race, true Lord Nether Ming, who was close to being an invincible perfected lord, was dead. Of the Silver Yiksha race, the veteran rank 5 perfected lord Xian Luo was dead. Of the Rakshasa race, 2 rank 5 perfected lords, perfected lord 9 spirits and perfected lord Mo Xia, were dead. In a situation where Dao lords could not attack casually, rank 5 perfected lords were the trump cards of each race. Even though the ghost race was a peak race and had accumulated over countless eras, there were only slightly more than 100 experts of this level. Now that 4 of them were dead, it was a heavy loss. Moreover, true Lord Nether Ming was one of them. He was known as the number 1 expert of the ghost race below Dao lords and was comparable to 10 rank 5 perfected lords. His death pained the upper echelons of the ghost race. Jiang Xi of the human race, you deserve to die. Dao Lord Pan Lian and Dao Lord 7 souls of the ghost race, who were rushing to the ancient immortal world, roared in anger after hearing this. A terrifying aura swept through the galaxy like a wave and all the stars exploded. The trillions of living beings living in this galaxy were reduced to nothing in an instant. Chapter 575. News of the death of the 4 ghost rank 5 true lords quickly spread throughout the universe. However, the most sensational news was the death of true Lord Nether Ming. True Lord Nether Ming was too famous. He was the strongest person below the Dao Lord of the ghost race and was the closest to becoming an invincible true lord. In everyone's subconscious mind, such an expert would not die unless he encountered a Dao Lord. However, what happened today was beyond everyone's imagination. A human genius who was in the middle of his tribulation and was far, far away from becoming a Dao Lord, had actually managed to slay Lord Nether. There was no doubt that this human genius' combat strength was on par with that of an invincible true lord. The name of the human race's true lord Wu De, or rather, the human genius Jiang Xi, rose to the top of the true lord ranks. However, this kind of reputation brought an even greater calamity to Riverward. Not only did the 2 peak races, the ghost race and the demon race, issue the order to kill Jiang Xi, but even the Dao lords personally took action. Some Dao lords of the top races were also prepared to take action, wanting to kill this human genius in the ancient immortal world. At the same time, Jiang Xi's heavenly tribulation was still ongoing on planet 1024 of the ancient immortal world. Without any interference, he went through the 5th and 6th tribulations consecutively. The 5th tribulation was a green thundercloud that was 100 times stronger than a second-rank true lord. Jiang Xi had some difficulty going through it. This was because he still did not choose to use the 6th mountain armor and used his body to withstand the terrifying tribulation lightning. By the time the 99th tribulation lightning was over, his body was covered in dense cracks and was on the verge of collapse. However, he still managed to hold on. After the immortal power filled his body, his injuries were healed. After the 5th tribulation, his body was 100 times stronger than a supreme-grade immortal weapon. In the end, he obtained 100 strands of heavenly Tao origin. The 6th tribulation was a green thundercloud that was 100 times stronger than a third-rank true lord. Jiang Xi gritted his teeth and still did not use the sixth mountain armor. He felt that his body could withstand another tribulation. However, the reality was that he was almost killed by the tribulation lightning this time when the 90th bolt of green tribulation lightning landed on his body like an angry dragon. His body directly collapsed. If he hadn't put a top-grade immortal pill in his mouth in advance, he probably would have died. Jiang Xi's reaction was also very fast. He didn't continue to act tough, and the sixfold mountain armor instantly covered his entire body. This fifth-grade armor supreme treasure allowed him to pass through the sixth tribulation without any pressure. In the end, the toughness of his body had reached 1,000 times that of a supreme immortal artifact. At the same time, he obtained 200 strands of heavenly Tao origin. Tribulation Transcenders 7th Tribulation, 8th Tribulation, and 9th Tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation will undergo a qualitative leap. I hope that the 6-layered mountain armor will be able to last until the end. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The might of the heavenly tribulation of the 6th tribulation was already at the level of a perfected lord. It would be even more terrifying in the future. Rumble, the blue thunderclouds of the 7th tribulation began to condense, and the speed at which they were condensing was obviously much slower. At this moment, before the power of the heavenly tribulation was revealed, 4 enormous figures with monstrous demonic chi flew in from afar. Under the orders of the Tao Lord, we're here to kill Jiang Xi of the human race. At the same time, a roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was a very arrogant declaration to kill. He had just killed 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race, and now 4 more from the demon race came. Jiang Xi frowned, and his expression became serious. Another surprise. The pressure of the first 6 tribulations was not great, and he could fight enemies like true monarch Netherming without worry. Now that it was the 7th tribulation, he couldn't afford to be distracted. He had to deal with it with all his strength. 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race came at this time. If he didn't get rid of them in time, it would affect the rhythm of his tribulation. Soon, when the distance between the two sides was reduced to a certain extent, Jiang Xi recognized the identities of the 4 demon race experts. True monarch Ka Ma, true monarch Kun Peng, true monarch Fei Lian, and true monarch Qi Lin. They were all famous existences among the rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race. At the same time, the 4 demon race rank 5 true monarchs pounced at Jiang Xi with savage smiles. They had been under the orders of the Tao Lord to hunt down true monarch Wu De in the ancient immortal world, but they hadn't found their target. A few minutes ago, the immortal power clones they left in their clans received a new order: give up on searching for true monarch Wu De and hunt down the human genius Jiang Xi in the ancient immortal world. Through this order, they learned that the famous true monarch Wu De was actually the human genius who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. No wonder they couldn't find true monarch Wu De after 30 years. The 4 rank 5 true monarchs were indignant. After receiving the order, they gathered here from all over the ancient immortal world at their fastest speed. However, because they were rushing with all their might, they didn't know the latest developments, and didn't know that the 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the ghost race had died. He's just a brat who cultivated for less than 10,000 years. Maybe he's relying on the power of a supreme treasure to have the battle strength of a rank 5 true monarch. If the 4 of us work together, we can easily take his life. True monarch Fei Lian laughed savagely. Fei Lian was an ancient ferocious beast, but this true monarch Fei Lian only had a partial bloodline. He had the head of a deer, the body of a bird, and 2 wings on his back. All these years, the outside world has been saying that true monarch Wu De is very mysterious and powerful, but it seems that's not the case. He dares to undergo tribulation in the ancient immortal world. So what if his talent is heaven-defying? He'll lose everything if he dies. True monarch Qi Lin sneered. He was a rank 5 true monarch of the fire dragon race, and his bloodline was also very powerful. At the same time, he and true monarch Fei Lian were subordinates of Tao Lord and Lan, and they were the main force of this hunt. He killed Lord Moon Devourer's subordinate, so he'll definitely die this time. True Monarch Ka-Ma's huge eyes stared at Jiang Xi as if he was looking at a dead man. As the strongest member of the Tyrannosaurus rex race, he had an extremely violent and bloodthirsty personality. The three rank 5 true monarchs were very confident. Only true monarch Kunpeng, who had the strongest speed and spirit sense, was very cautious and bewildered. Something's wrong. True monarch Kunpeng shouted and warned his three companions. As he got closer and closer to Jiang Xi, he sensed some residual aura of a great battle, as if a rank 5 true monarch had already died here. In addition, he felt that this heavenly tribulation was somewhat strange. Kunpeng, are you scared of a puny human? Can't you see that he's so scared that he doesn't dare to move? True monarch Fei Lian laughed strangely. They were less than 100,000 kilometers away from Jiang Xi, and they could kill this human genius in the next second. However, Jiang Xi didn't move at all, giving them the feeling that he was scared silly. Rumble, at this time, the blue thunderclouds of the seventh tribulation had completely condensed, and a terrifying pressure finally spread in all directions. It covered the entire world, spreading to a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Impossible, this is the seventh tribulation of a tribulation transcender? How can it be so powerful? It's actually a rank 4 true monarch. True monarch Kunpeng was shocked. This. Not good, the information was wrong. Retreat. True monarch Fei Lian, true monarch Qi Lin, and true monarch Ka-Ma were all scared stiff, and they no longer had the confidence they had just now. The seventh tribulation already had such power, and the tribulation lightning of a rank 4 true monarch was unprecedented and unheard of. If they were still in the range of the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation lightning they would have to endure would be even more powerful, or perhaps even more powerful. These 4 rank 5 true monarchs were very decisive. Even if they could kill Jiang Xi in the next second, they chose not to attack and instead turned around and fled. Want to run? It's too late. Jiang Xi was expressionless. He had been holding himself back from making a move, standing there in confusion. He wanted to wait for the other party to get closer. Now, these 4 ferocious rank 5 true monarchs were scared by the power of the heavenly tribulation and wanted to escape. Naturally, he wouldn't wait any longer. Whoosh! Jiang Xi turned into a green sword light, and his speed far exceeded that of a rank 5 true monarch. Soon, he caught up with true monarch Ka-Ma, who was the slowest. Puny human, how dare you take the initiative to court death? True monarch Ka-Ma roared and spat out a terrifying beam of light from his mouth. If he had seen the battle between Jiang Xi and true monarch Netherming earlier, he might not have dared to say that, let alone stop the next moment. He personally experienced Jiang Xi's strength. Swash! Jiang Xi slashed out and shattered the beam of light with ease, then arrived within 10,000 feet of true monarch Ka-Ma. Heaven and earth of my own. Instantly, this gigantic true monarch of the demon race was imprisoned within a 10,000 feet radius of spacetime. It's over. True monarch Ka-Ma was terrified as he looked at the terrifying sword light of this puny human in despair. He was ordered to kill true monarch Wuda previously and naturally knew that this human expert had the ability to control spacetime. In fact, he had prepared in advance. However, the battle happened too suddenly and he did not have time to use any of his defenses. The strength of this human was far beyond his imagination, his speed was so fast. He was 3 times faster than a 5th transformation true monarch. Now, he did not even have the chance to ask for help or mercy. Spacetime was completely frozen and he did not have the chance to speak. Swish, 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 Jiang Xi swung his sword continuously. His strength had already been baptized by 6 heavenly tribulations. Even though true monarch Ka-Ma's immortal body was huge, far surpassing that of other 5th transformation true monarchs of other races. He had only used 18 sword strikes to slay the most powerful being of the Tyrannosaurus dragon tribe. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Tao Monarch set me up. Tao Monarch set me up. This overwhelming battle terrified True Monarch Fei Lian, True Monarch Qi Lin, and True Monarch Kuanpeng. They had rushed over immediately after receiving the order to kill Jiang Xi of the human race. They did not know what happened next and did not know the latest situation of Jiang Xi's strength. According to their original intelligence, this was indeed a human genius. However, they believed that the 4/5 transformation True Monarchs could easily kill this heaven-defying human genius. But unexpectedly, the accident happened too suddenly. How was this heaven-defying? This was simply the rhythm of piercing through the sky. A person who was transcending a tribulation easily killed a 5th transformation True Monarch. It looked like it was an understatement and did not take much effort. The 3 experts of the monster clan fled in panic, using their fastest speed. However, even at its fastest speed, it was only 200,000 kilometers per second. It was too difficult to escape from Jiang Xi's pursuit. Moreover, the blue tribulation lightning of the 7th tribulation of a tribulation transcender descended at this time. Boom! 99 4th transformation True Monarch's tribulation lightning smashed toward Jiang Xi like a giant blue sword piercing through the sky. At the same time, 3 tribulation lightning of 8 times the power of a 5th transformation True Monarch descended from the sky and targeted the 3 demon experts. True Monarch Fei Lian, True Monarch Qi Lin, and True Monarch Kuanpeng's expressions changed as they hurriedly resisted with all their strength. The tribulation lightning of 8 times the power of a 5th transformation True Monarch was not as simple as the joint attack of 8 5th transformation True Monarchs. It was hundreds or thousands of times more powerful. Boom! 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 The tribulation lightning fell, and Jiang Xi was drowned in dazzling blue lightning. It was as if a small star had appeared out of thin air. The scene was shocking. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted and almost shrouded this huge planet. All the perfected monarchs on this planet felt this terrifying heavenly might. $@. This heavenly tribulation simply doesn't leave a way out for people. Jiang Xi cursed in his heart. The power of the first 6 tribulation lightning was 100 times more powerful. And the power of the 7th tribulation was 10,000 times more powerful than the 6th. If not for the 6th layer mountain armor, at most 10 of these tribulation lightning would have destroyed my body and soul. Jiang Xi rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he had obtained another 3rd layer mountain from True Monarch Black Time before triggering the heavenly tribulation, allowing this supreme treasure to transform. Otherwise, with his original 3rd layer mountain armor, he would not have been able to survive the 7th tribulation. Jiang Xi knew that this was because his foundation was too strong. It was unprecedentedly strong. According to Tao Lord 9 Heavens, in the entire universe and the long river of time, there was no cultivator who had as much foundation as he did before becoming an immortal. Even Tao Lord 9 Heavens did not know what would happen if he triggered the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, Tao Lord 9 Heavens advised him to transcend the tribulation as soon as possible. Master is right. Jiang Xi understood that he had pursued the limit and perfection too much in the past. After being weakened by the 6th layer mountain armor, the blue tribulation lightning only had 10% of its power left when it landed on his body. Even so, this 10% was extremely terrifying. This was because the 99 tribulation lightning bolts fell almost at the same time. This was equivalent to 99 rank for true monarchs attacking him at the same time. Even if it was only 10% of its power, the 99 lightning bolts added together was enough to make his body crackle and crack. This was a body that was 1,000 times stronger than a supreme-grade immortal artifact. If it was an ordinary rank 5 true monarch, they would have lost half their life. Just look at the other side. The remaining 3 rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race had already used all their strength to resist. However, that was 8 times stronger than a rank 5 true monarch's tribulation lightning. It was equivalent to dozens of rank 5 true monarchs attacking them together. Moreover, their armor was very ordinary. None of them had reached rank 3. In the face of this power, their defense was very weak. Therefore, although they managed to resist their own tribulation lightning, their auras were weakened by more than half and they were heavily injured. Even if they had countless imperishable substances in their bodies, they would not be able to recover from such heavy injuries. If another tribulation lightning bolt came, they would definitely die. Of course, they could no longer wait for the 8th tribulation to come. Good chance. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. He instantly put away the 400 strands of heavenly Tao origin from the 7th tribulation. Then, his figure flashed and flew toward the 3 demon race experts. The enemy was heavily injured and their strength was greatly reduced. He would not let go of such a good opportunity. After the 7th tribulation, the immortal energy in his body transformed again. Even if he only endured 10% of the 99 tribulation lightning bolts, his body's strength had reached 5,000 times that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. At the same time, the strength of his primordial spirit had increased by another level. It was comparable to a rank 4 true monarch. With the increase in strength, his speed also increased. In an instant, he caught up to true monarch Qi Lin. This gigantic red dragon was flapping its wings, frantically fleeing for its life. Unfortunately, in front of the current Jiang Xi, he could not resist at all. His speed was not as fast as Jiang Xi's, and he did not have the strength to break through the self-created world. He was directly imprisoned in midair. I am not resigned to this. True monarch Qi Lin roared in his heart. He was just mocking this insignificant human, but now he was going to die in the hands of this human. In less than a second, 10 swords landed on his body. Another rank 5 true monarch had fallen. Rumble, the purple lightning clouds of the 8th tribulation were gathering. There was still time. Jiang Xi did not stop for a moment. He merged his body with the sword. The speed brought by wind sword style far exceeded that of a rank 5 true monarch. It's all experience points. His gaze locked onto true monarch Fei Lian. In just 2 seconds, the most ferocious ancient beast also died under his sword. If it was before the 7th tribulation, true monarch Fei Lian might have had the strength to resist a little. However, after being struck by the tribulation lightning, his strength was halved. He had no chance against Jiang Xi, whose strength had increased in all aspects. Of the 4 rank 5 true monarchs of the demon race, only true monarch Kunpeng was left. This demon race expert had the bloodline of the ancient rock race and was best at speed, so he was the fastest to escape. But now, his speed was already not enough to look at in front of Riverward. Before his injuries recovered, Jiang Xi caught up to him very quickly. Human race's Riverward, spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. True monarch Kunpeng screamed and began to beg for mercy. Sorry, you're not strong enough. Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. The self-created world was used again. True monarch Kunpeng, who was begging for mercy, froze in midair, unable to make any sound. Only true monarch Nether could use the Nether Ghost Prison to break the self-created world. Jiang Xi had never seen any other true monarch expert who could survive his self-created world. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword light danced. In just 10 strikes, true monarch Kunpeng died. 4 rank 5 true monarchs from the ghost race and demon race each died. The upper echelons of these 2 peak races should be satisfied, right? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Rumble, in the sky, purple thunderclouds churned as the 8th tribulation formed. The pressure of a rank 5 true monarch instantly spread out. Damn it, does it have to be so terrifying? Jiang Xi's expression changed. They really didn't give him a way out. 99 purple tribulation lightning bolts fell. It was equivalent to 99 rank 5 true monarchs attacking him at the same time. There was still the 9th tribulation. 6-layer mountain armor, it's all up to you. Jiang Xi stuffed a few supreme-grade healing immortal pills into his mouth. Boom! 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 Pillars of purple tribulation lightning shot into the sky as if they wanted to destroy everything. They all fell in an instant. Jiang Xi was once again drowned in lightning. The dazzling lightning was like the sun, illuminating tens of millions of kilometers. Just the aftermath of that terrifying power caused the originally indestructible ground of the ancient immortal world to sink by 3 feet. Many winding cracks appeared. At this time, the true monarchs of the various races who were tens of millions of kilometers away retreated without any hesitation. Because the aura of this tribulation lightning was too terrifying, causing them to tremble in fear. This tribulation lasted for a full half a minute. Jiang Xi, who was in the middle of the tribulation lightning, was already lying on the ground. I blocked it. He breathed out a breath that contained purple lightning. He didn't want to move at all. Purple lightning was still jumping around his body. Each purple tribulation lightning bolt just now was of rank 5 true monarch level. Even after being weakened by the 6-layer mountain armor, 20% of the power still fell on him. After 99 bolts, although the 6-layer mountain armor was intact, the body under the armor was already charred black. At this time, the 9-step stairway to heaven in the sky once again poured immortal power into Jiang Xi's body like a waterfall. His injuries were quickly recovering. It was just that the speed of recovery was not as fast as before. Because his immortal power had transformed again, and he was now an 8th tribulation transcender. The immortal power pouring into his body and the recovery effect of the immortal pills were greatly reduced. More importantly, the strength of his body had finally transformed again, reaching the level of a rank 1 supreme treasure. After a rank 1 supreme treasure was damaged, it was not so easy to recover. Fortunately, there was still some time between the 8th and 9th tribulation, enough for him to fully recover. With the strength of a rank 1 supreme treasure and the 6-layer mountain armor, I should be able to survive the 9th tribulation, right? Jiang Xi was very worried. This time, he had almost died. It was like dancing on the edge of death for half a minute. If he was careless, he would have fallen into the abyss of death. In the sky, 800 rays of rainbow light appeared in the churning gray fog. A new source of the heavenly Tao descended. Seeing this, Jiang Xi's sunken heart felt a little better. Rumble, the black thunderclouds of the 9th tribulation began to gather. The rumbling thunder resounded throughout the entire planet like a death sentence. Jiang Xi's heart instantly sank to the bottom of his heart, and his expression became extremely solemn. Life and death, success and failure, all depended on this. At the same time, a figure with an ethereal aura passed through a vortex and arrived on this planet. His existence seemed to affect this spacetime. It was obvious that this was a Tao Lord. This gargoyle-like figure was the Tao Lord Patriarch of the Buckwheat Seal race. He called himself Tao Lord Buckwheat. That's the heavenly Tao source. 2 terrifying beams of light suddenly shot out from Tao Lord Buckwheat's eyes. These 2 greedy eyes were looking in the direction of the 800 rays of heavenly Tao source descending from the sky. I didn't expect this little human to have such a fortuitous opportunity. Just the immortal ascension tribulation alone can make the universe bestow so much heavenly Tao source. Tao Lord Buckwheat let out a strange laugh. Because he was the first Tao Lord to descend, he had the upper hand. This fortuitous opportunity was clearly his. Although he was a Tao Lord, he didn't have much understanding and control of the heavenly Tao source. Now that he suddenly discovered that there were so many heavenly Tao source for him to plunder, he was naturally overjoyed. Whoosh, Tao Lord Buckwheats will instantly spread out and envelop this planet. Everywhere his will passed, the world turned dark. Time and space were all immersed in a special kind of fluctuation at the same time. Tao Lord Buckwheat's terrifying gargoyle-like figure was reflected in the dark sky. He was controlling spacetime, and this planet was under his control. The Tao Lord is here. Which race's Tao Lord is he from? Such a terrifying figure is like a fiend god. He's clearly not a human Tao Lord. It seems that this human genius is finished. What a pity. The heavens are jealous of geniuses. It's good that he died. All humans deserve to die. The perfected lords of the various races who were trapped in the darkness all had different attitudes. The only thing they had in common was that they didn't believe that Jiang Xi could survive. Now, not only had the foreign Tao Lord arrived personally, but the terrifying ninth tribulation was about to descend. It was a situation of certain death. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword, Perfected Lord Jiankong, and more than 10 human experts were still guarding outside the heavenly tribulation. All of them were extremely worried. In just over 10 minutes, the situation had changed too quickly, with ups and downs. Initially, they were worried that Jiang Xi would encounter misfortune after fighting the 4 ghost race rank 5 perfected lords alone. They didn't expect that Jiang Xi would trigger the heavenly tribulation, survive it, and even successfully kill 4 powerful enemies. This news made them heave a sigh of relief. With Jiang Xi's strength, he should be able to survive this heavenly tribulation. However, the arrival of the 4 rank 5 perfected lords of the demon race made their hearts skip a beat. The aura fluctuations of the great battle came wave after wave. Fortunately, Jiang Xi won again and finally arrived at the 9th tribulation, the tribulation that would decide his life and death. However, at this moment, the foreign Tao Lord had arrived. It's the Tao Lord of the Buckbuckle race. They're very close to the passageway of the ancient immortal world. Perfected Lord Jiankong's eyes were filled with anger. He was also an ancient existence who had lived for countless years and knew the Tao Lord who had descended. What should we do? The Tao Lord of the human race will take another 15 minutes to arrive. Someone was anxious for Jiang Xi's situation. This is a dead end. Someone sighed. Only Perfected Lord Liquor Sword was silent. He looked at the black thunderclouds that had completely condensed in the sky, and the terrifying might that came from afar was suffocating. The 9th tribulation was completely formed and was about to descend. Disciple, survive. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.